Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the VAD. I am your host, Thunder, and I am joined this week by Hyper and Tiger as we bring you all of the action for tonight. Boys, how are we feeling?
Feeling pretty good, honestly. Second time on Victorious feels really good. I'm really glad I get to be here again tonight. It's super fun. You guys, you
Absolutely.
crowd are one to hang out with, that's for sure.
The chat gets excited, and the games are something else to say the least. We had a bunch of bangers last week. I'm expecting bangers this week too, Tiger.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully, these teams can give us some high level League of Legends today and give us some bangers going into the beginning of the evening.
Yeah, and we can go ahead. We are coming into our final stretch of the VAD. We only have a few or a couple of weeks left before we get into playoffs, and we can go and take a look at the standings here before we dive into the matchups for tonight. And again, if you thought that this looked the same as last week, you would be correct because the standings literally didn't change. A couple of the numbers did here and there, but that is about it. Astronauts and Crusaders still top of the table. Notably, Crusaders did pick up another loss last week, so Astronauts have the best record across both groups. Bandits and Razorbacks, notably, still tied. And then Falcons, Unicorns, and Dragons are still in contention for that three-way tie near the bottom of Group B. So
Yo.
overall, this is still it's still really kind of anybody's game in both groups. Even the Sharks are still technically alive down there at 2-13. Hyper.
Yeah, okay. First off, I gotta talk about Group B. Wow. Wow. I mean, I was looking at it, but I didn't like look at it. Wow. That's kind of close. I got chills.
Kinda?
Wow, that's really close. That's close. That's as close as you can get without touching. That's
Yes,
oh my gosh.
yeah, it is very nearly a four-way tie, and unfortunately, we're only getting the Vipers on the stream tonight, but we will be updating you as the games come through for matches for Falcons, Unicorns, Dragons, everybody across the board. But I will say Vipers have a pretty tall task on their second game of the night up against Crusaders Tigers. So Vipers, they've been on kind of a meteoric rise. They were stunted a little bit last week, only picked up the one win. Their 6 or 7 win streak was broken. But I will say, do we think Vipers has their hot streak ended, or do we think maybe they might still have the momentum tonight?
It's always a chance to show your best when it's the top two teams of the table. There's some separation there, and it's really close in the middle of that pack. But when you're up against the top team, you got to bring your best game. So hopefully, that's the match that I have my eyes on to maybe be our closest match of the night.
Indeed, indeed. But that is our second match. Our first match of the night, we can go ahead and chat a little bit. What we will be bringing you is going to be the Sharks and the Razorbacks. We'll have some other stuff to talk about. But again, Sharks mentioned at the bottom of the standing. Razorbacks still tied for second, but we saw them on stream last week against the Rattlers, and they don't get me wrong, it was still a banger, but the Razorbacks looked so good last week, and I think they absolutely still have momentum coming into this week, especially Webb in that mid lane position.
Yo, okay, so since we're talking about web, all right. Since we brought up web, so I have an objective outlook on the teams because I haven't been here. So I'm going based off of just what I see as far as the numbers go, and the numbers can lie, and sometimes when you average out the numbers, me being an analyst, numbers don't lie. Webb is a monster in the mid lane. Like, are you
Yes.
kidding me? This
Hmm.
man is in 5 different categories on the stat sheet. Are you kidding me?
What are some of
He's
those stats?
he is third at the moment in damage per minute, sitting at 810.19 damage per minute.
Is that
Now,
is that just mid laners, or does that include like ADCs and is that everybody?
I'm assuming this is everybody.
That,
Yeah, I'm pretty
that
sure
is
it's
Okay.
okay. Yeah, we're getting
Uh,
notes that is everybody. So third across
okay.
all positions,
Uh,
everybody.
and that's insane in itself, but
Yes.
it's more insane thinking that the kind of champs that I'm seeing him play a lot, the Victors, the Anivias,
Hmm.
the Silas and Victor, yeah, can pump out a lot of damage, but when you're like primarily playing these control mage type of characters in the mid lane, you don't expect these kind of numbers to be coming out.
That's understandable, but they certainly can pack quite a punch. And I mean, speaking of those champions, we've had a ton of champions pop off. Seraphine has been kind of the queen of VAD, the queen of amateur for the past few weeks, has been played in the mid lane Tiger. I mean, we've had a plethora of really strong, consistent picks here in VAD across the board. I believe we have a wonderful graphic to talk about those. And Tiger, I want to know like what sticks out the most to you. I mean, honestly, Misfortune and Mumu, pretty strong combination, but again, across the board, these picks, that's some high contention.
Yeah, I think that what sticks out the most to me is the potential for flex in these champions. I mean, Seraphine's a three-way flex between mid, bot lane, and support. Amumu definitely flexible between jungle and support role, although I definitely would say that you're expecting to see it support when it gets locked in. I mean,
Right.
you can even go fringe things like Mordekaiser jungle. You can go Swain with mid or support. You could even put Misfortune in support. So there's a lot of flexibility within these picks.
Right. And looking at this Misfortune, 41 picks, 42 bans, 92% presence. Like that's insane. That's all games in the VAD. And again, we've been going. This is now like this is our 6th week. I think I have my number, but this is our 6th week and she's at 92%. That is insanely consistent, Hyper.
It's called busted, not busted. So a little background about me. I happen to be an 80 carry main, and I love me some Misfortune. I
Right.
love me some Misfortune when no one else is playing her, because everybody underestimates the double up.
Right.
Especially trading in lane, you get those casters a little bit weak and then pop it right back to the enemy ADC, and you just trade like that. You just don't got to worry about walking up to in melee range, because my spacing is terrible. I'll walk right up to Leona and be like, I'm gonna trade with you as like a Caitlyn. So
Hey, you know.
But she's really good though. She's really good.
Of course.
Her buff with the crit now, her crit build, and I love her crit build so much. I loved it. I still loved it while she was doing all the eclipse, the lethality. I love the crit more than lethality because of that double up. You don't anticipate that double up, especially when it bounces off of one of your teammates and then comes and smacks you in the face.
Yeah.
So,
oh my gosh.
Yeah. So I love Misfortune. But I've been banning her because I don't want to play against her.
Well, we'll have to see when it comes to the draft. Blue is pretty much, with a pick so powerful, you almost have to think that that's going to have to be a pretty consistent red side ban. But who knows? Maybe somebody will have the priority. But we've also seen, I think we saw this a little bit last week, where at least in our stream matches, Seraphine just got ignored the first 2 games and then ended up getting picked in the 3rd game. And I think still in one of them and ended up losing. But we'll have to see if the teams actually still prioritize Misfortune, because sometimes teams just say, you know what, we're not going to care about the power pick because they've either planned against it, or I think they sometimes just forget about it. But hey, that's how it goes. But again, we'll go ahead and pull us back to Sharks versus Razorbacks. Speaking of the draft, I mean, we've talked about Razorbacks, we've talked about Web. Just across the board, the team seems very, very strong. I mean, especially Lost in Paradise. We saw Lost in Paradise last week putting on quite a show. So a very strong player overall. But if you're looking at the Sharks, who are we looking at to kind of, bring everybody together? Who's the glue guy to really get this team rolling? Like what do we need to see from them to go on what is probably going to be an unprecedented winning streak? Like this would be the miracle run of miracle runs, and it has to start here, Tiger. So who are we looking for?
Well, I mean, I was going to say that out of their players, the best performer so far is TD Pandorum, but I think that he's subbed out today for Glizzy Gobbler. So that's going to be an unfortunate spot for them, where maybe they're going to look to play around top with Not Respectable being in kind of an okay spot. But they've just had a rough go of it so far. So they just need someone to step up to a point where they haven't been at all season. They haven't had any real outstanding performers, even with Pandorum in there. So they really need to step up as a team and maybe find some big macro plays and find the picks, and that's how you kind of pull off an upset. Is you gotta upset the apple cart and find some plays that aren't expected.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, we almost saw a pretty big upset last week. Bandits very nearly losing to, I believe it was Falcons. You know, not that Falcons are a terrible team, but Bandits were so far down and they were still able to claw themselves back. So I mean, I guess if you want to look for somewhere to find an upset, you maybe look at like the first half of that Falcons game, like ignore the rest and just hope you can finish it out. But we'll have to see. But I will say we talked briefly about some picks. Hyper, are there any picks that you want Sharks, maybe ban the misfortune? Do you think they should, potentially pick it up? Is it that strong for them? Is that something they should be vying for? Or is it something that they should just take out of the way, look for maybe something safer in the bot lane if they're playing for top?
So, so I like the idea of just getting rid of the misfortune. It takes one less thing to worry about on the table.
Right.
But looking at Lost in Paradise, because we mentioned him
Mm-hmm.
previously, Lost in Paradise roams.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, as much as I want to try to put the ADC in a bind and make him play another champion, there's always another. There's quite a few meta champions that can lane against Misfortune and not have a problem.
Right.
Tristana, no, actually, no, Tristana would be really good. So Caitlyn, Varus, Kaisa, you could put these ADCs in lieu of in the face of Misfortune and just be fine. It's
Right.
what Sharks need to do is to be able to have their vision control to support track. So,
Okay.
we know our jungle tracking, where's the jungler
Mm-hmm.
on the map? Can we take aggressive trades? Can I tower dive? Things like that. But it's more of a, can I be this shoved up in lane if I'm the
Right.
mid laner? Web is a monster in the mid lane and the support is missing.
Yeah.
So if the Sharks have any possibility of winning, like I said, based just off the numbers alone, because I do not know how they play. They could be macro gods and just have old people hands for all I know. They need to be able to track Lost in Paradise.
Right.
Um, and as soon as they do that, as soon as they're able to nail him down, find out exactly where he's at, did he back? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
he has Mobies. He's gonna show up in mid lane in 3 seconds
Right.
because he's Pike.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
so I need to back off as the Sharks mid laner, or I'm the top
Right.
laner. The Herald's up. I bet you the support's here.
It would make sense. It would
So
make sense.
we track Lost in Paradise, and we have a better chance of taking a game to the mid game and not being like terribly behind and then swinging it.
Well, I mean, if that's what we need to do, if that's what we need to look for, then hey, that's Sharks. You got to find some way to win. That's one way to do it. Just make sure Lost in Paradise just can't play the game. Just keep them off of the ganks. But talked a little bit about how these teams need to win, and of course, we have our predictions for who will win. Tiger, will start with you. Although with the way we're talking, I think we know maybe what the general assumption is going to be here. But Tiger, who are we picking for tonight?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of gotta expect it's gonna be Razorbacks. That they've shown that they are one of the strongest teams in the league, not only in their group. So we'll have to see if Sharks can find a little bit of something, but I gotta pick Razorbacks.
Understandable. And Hyper, what is your sage wisdom?
My sage wisdom, yes, because I am blessed with the sageness. Honestly, I mean, I'm looking at these two teams, and the champs that Sharks play definitely do kind of, I wouldn't say counter, but they counter. It's more of like a counter punch, more of a thing. Like you engage,
Okay.
and then we'll smack you harder, kind of thing.
Okay.
Stand in the pocket, blow for blow, kind of thing. So Sharks do have the ability to win.
Okay. Okay.
They do, but until I see it.
I thought you were gonna say it. I thought you started this. You're starting to build them up, and
I mean,
I
dude,
thought you were
I
gonna
have
go for
faith.
it.
I love an underdog story. I love it. 100%. I'll
Mhm.
write one too. It doesn't matter. Underdogs are awesome. They make games, they make sports so much enjoyable. Because, you go into like a football game, you're like, oh, that team's going to blow that team out of the water because they're undefeated and we're in the Super Bowl and they've never lost a game. And then the Patriots lose the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
If y'all remember that, I think that was 2006.
I do. It was soul crushing, but it was a phenomenal game to watch.
Phenomenal game. So I would love to see Sharks win. I'm going to give it to Razorbacks just based off the numbers.
All right. Well, I mean, unfortunately, my arm has been twisted yet again by Gurf, and I have once again been forced to give my predictions, which is Razorbacks. Gurf is going to try to tell you that he did not, twist my arm and torture me into giving this, but he absolutely did. I agree. I agree with both of you. Razorbacks, they've been on an absolute roll. They've only lost 5 games so far. It does, at most they're probably going to lose like maybe 1 game a week. Maybe this is the game that, they botch it and they lose, but they're extremely consistent. I too have hope for Sharks. It would be awesome to see the miracle run. I don't have faith, unfortunately, and so I believe the Razorbacks will be taking this one. But I'm just going to get one real quick. I think the players are just about ready. I think we're just about ready to get into the draft. So we do have just a few more minutes before we're going to be getting into it. So I will say we talked about locking down Lost in Paradise. We talked about that vision game, and I think probably there's obviously Umbral Glaive is a busted item on Graves and stuff, but the other champion I think that might be pretty important that we didn't necessarily see on that graphic, but has been having a big presence at the world championship level and has been pretty consistent down here in amateur has been Maokai. And I don't necessarily think in amateur the jungle or top version of Maokai has been doing too well. Support Maokai with kind of that vision spread has been really, really solid, I think, so far, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw more of it potentially.
Yeah, I think that Maokai is definitely a champion that works in a lot of team comps, right? Because if you're looking for pick, he's kind of got some of that long range engage, but that's helpful with engage comps as well. So you can kind of set up any champions around Maokai and you'll just about be okay, as long as you're not looking to totally go for a split push style. I think that's not really Maokai's thing, but
right.
Anything else, I would not mind seeing the Maokai on the picks or bans today.
Yeah, and I mean, I will say we've had our predictions for Razorbacks. We've talked a little bit else. I also do want to actually get, where do we think First Blood is going to happen? Where and who gets it? Hyper, I'm going to be coming to you first. Where do we think that'll be? Who do we think is going to get it?
I see. Okay, First Blood. All right. Before we get to First Blood, I want to see Callista with a Maokai. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I want to see Callista chuck a tree at the enemy team. That's all I'm saying. I've yet to see it. I thought I was gonna see it at Worlds today, but they locked Maokai in top lane. I was like, man. All right. But all right. So First Blood.
Hard question. Look,
it is a hard question.
Look.
I think we'll have First Blood over one of the scuttles in the river, and I think it's going to be going to one of the junglers.
One of the junglers? You're not going to give me a name? What I believe.
Give me a second. I gotta use my sage wisdom.
Okay. While you're thinking, Tiger, do you think you might have your opinion, your idea of where this will be, your foresight?
I think that it's going to go down in the bot lane. Both of these bot lanes have more deaths than anyone else on their teams. So, I don't know. I'm going to hopium it, and I'll say Freya picks it up for Sharks, but it could really go either way. I'm hoping that we'll just see a lot of fighting either way, though.
Dang, you think Freya's going to get First Blood, and then Sharks are still going to botch it? That is brutal.
Jesus.
That is brutal. Now, Hyper, I've given you time to think. I've given you time to collect your knowledge. Where's it going?
Give me a cup twice. Sharks jungler. He's getting the First Blood. He's going to win it over a scuttle, river scuttle in the top.
All right. Wonderful. Well, I simply have to be different from all of you. So I'm going to say it's Lost in Paradise making a gank in the mid lane, killing Starclaw, and Lost in Paradise is actually going to get the kill. Webb's going to get the assist. That's all that I am saying.
I believe it.
Look, the dude's insane. The dude is a monster. Y'all have said it yourselves. But I believe we just have a few, just a little bit before we get into the draft. So we will take a very quick break before Hyper and Tiger will be bringing you game number 1 between Sharks and Razorbacks.
Well, Tiger, so what do you think that we're going to see today?
Well, it's hard to say exactly what we're going to get from the pick bands phase, but I'm hoping that Sharks come out with some spicy picks here. Whenever you're the underdog, you want to throw the enemy team off. So they may look to pick up the Misfortune or Seraphine first, but I would like to see them go for something tricky in the top lane. Maybe you go for like a Gangplank.
A Gangplank. Okay, okay. You see, I don't know how I feel about Gangplank in the meta right now. Like, yeah, he does so much damage, so much damage. But with like all these really tanky top laners that you can throw in there, Ornn, Gnar, Renekton even. I wouldn't really want to play Renekton into Gangplank, but he dives in, stuns you, dives out. You can't really pop your barrel. But I don't know. I just feel like there's just so many better champions than Gangplank. I mean, why not just do what the pros are doing, running Aatrox? The man never dies. Never dies. You get him to late game, he's never dead. But I do really appreciate this Pyke and Hecarim bans coming out from the Sharks.
Yeah, the Sharks are banning a lot of the top meta picks actually here, looking at the Misfortune and Hecarim as two of the top 3 most picked banned. So I wonder if they're not going to just lock in the Seraphine first here with how much priority that's had.
We talk about spicy picks. I like Ashe. I love Ashe. I'm going to take that back. I love Ashe. Ashe is such a good utility carry. I don't care what anybody else said. Enchanted Krista Earl coming out from the void of space to smack your top laner when you least expect it, and the ADC is just chilling in the bot lane. I love it. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, I think Ash definitely helps set up some pick. And some pick is maybe what I would look to go for here if I am Sharks, because you want to be able to capitalize on any mistakes that Razorbacks are going to make. And I don't expect them to make a lot of mistakes, but I definitely think that you want to have that potential there, and Ash can work with that. Even can still be flexed between ADC and support.
No, you do have a really good point. I forget that Ash is a decent support paired with the correct ADC, but we're gonna lock in that Alistar. That's an interesting lane, not gonna lie, because the way I think Ash wants to play until she hits 6, she doesn't really want to play aggressive. She just kind of wants to sit back and bomb you with Qs. Not Qs, bomb you with Ws. I was looking at RZR when I said that. It was the Mystic Shot, bombing you with that. But interesting Alistar pick coming in, and the Viego hover.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that an Alistar lane is going to be pretty powerful in the early game. They definitely have a lot of gank setup, so even with just a Spectral Maw coming out, Starclaw or Glizzy Gobbler can get in there and set up those kills. Assuming it is Viego jungler. I mean, I could have imagined Viego top, but I think Viego's.
I have not seen Viego played in a solo lane in a minute.
Yeah, it's happened in the past, but probably not today.
Aatrox top, there he is. Aatrox top, locked it in.
All right, that's a pretty strong. I think that we're going to be able to win this matchup type blind pick, because if you have a good counter into Aatrox, something like a Fiora or a Jax, then that can be pretty strong in the 1v1. But I don't know that Sharks are going to be able to pull out one of those picks, because those are high burden of execution. And Aatrox can win those matchups if you don't play them out perfectly.
I'm curious on this Rengar ban. Like, the Warwick ban makes sense. The Rengar ban is a little question mark. I mean, would you want to play Rengar top?
Into Aatrox, it might be a good matchup. I'm not entirely certain on the statistics on that one. But yeah, I mean, just playing the most safety against maybe some comfort.
Okay. Apparently you do play Rengar into Aatrox. Alright then. Sounds good. Nocturne hover. Okay. I like the Nocturne. Nocturne. Oh god, Razorbacks' comp is looking more and more gross by the second.
Yeah, they're going to be very difficult to kill if they ever get a lead. I mean, you're talking about Ezreal, Aatrox. Now Nocturne comes in, and if you're ever in trouble, you just drop Paranoia, and then what's the enemy team going to do, right? It's just going to be a very difficult situation. Razorbacks going to be able to stomp if they get ahead early.
I have a feeling Webb is going to lock in Sylas. There's no way he doesn't lock in Sylas.
I like the Dr. Mundo lock in here. That's not something that I've seen a lot of in competitive play, but into the Aatrox you should be just fine. You can avoid that first knock up with the passive, and I think that that's going to lend itself to, I mean, not respectable, should at least hope to go even in the lane.
I've heard about not being able to ban champions, but I didn't hear about the rulebook where you don't ban champions.
Looks like it's Karma. Karma is the chat in the league client, so that's what it's going to be. Karma mid lane, it looks like, for Starclaw.
Oh, and Webb is hovering that Azir. I really like the Azir pick, especially when you have that Mundo Viego, because you can just Emperor's Divide those really hard engages back, giving Aatrox and Mumu Ezreal a little bit of space. You know, Razorbacks' comp is looking really, really good. They have a lot of tools they can use to pull the trigger with Paranoia from Nocturne, the Bandage Toss straight into Curse of the Sad Mummy. You know, Aatrox can even flash in if he feeling a little ballsy. World Ender. Ezreal on the back line just bombing you with Mystic Shot. Then you just have you have Azir, the commander of the Sands, just poking you with his soldiers.
Yeah,
Yeah, Razorbacks' comp is looking gross. I love it.
that's the mid game that you envision when you pick all of these champs. That's what Razorbacks want to get to. But for Sharks, I think they need to be able to defeat that before it happens. And they've picked a lot of early game favored champions. I mean, Mundo goes where he pleases. I mean, you're talking about Karma trying to help your Ashe snowball, and Ashe Alistar in the bot lane should hopefully have prio if they play it out well. I mean, it's still going to be difficult to lock down and kill an Ezreal, but hey, maybe you look to just take out the Amumu, make Lost in Paradise have a rough time in that lane. So we'll see if they can make some magic happen down there. And if they get ahead into the mid game, you know, they've got a shot at this one.
Yeah, no kidding. Once Ashe gets a couple of items, her attack speed kind of just blows out of the water. She can start shredding tanks left and right, and she does have a pretty decent front line through that Moondome and from the Alistar. But predictions are opening it up. I'm gonna shoot it over to chat. Chat, who do you think is gonna win first game of the night? Sharks versus Razorbacks. Lock in those predictions. I want to see them. I need to see them.
Yeah, I want to see if there's any Shark hopers, Shark believers in the chat. There's got to be someone, right? Someone who's bold enough to go for the Sharks. But I think that most people will probably be along the same lines as us. The Razorbacks just looking powerful here, and they've got a draft that reflects that strength.
I mean, I do hope. I do have a lot of hope for Sharks in this one. I could see a world. I could see a world where Razorbacks 100% throw the game, and Sharks kind of steamroll them. And I can also see a world where Sharks kind of blindside the Razorbacks. And it's just like, I can see it. I don't know how well they're going to execute it though. Because I don't know how Karma's going to do up into that Azir lane. I feel like Azir is going to poke her out left and right. But I do see a world where they can play through bot lane, especially through that Ashe, having Ashe carry you through those team fights.
Yeah, so we'll see if that can work out for them. But I think that even if the teams were on even levels, I would have favored the Razorbacks draft here. So I always appreciate good drafting, and I think that the Azir in that last pick slot was a really strong choice. And giving Webb opportunity to make some plays here is going to be exciting for us to watch.
Exciting for us to watch. Yo, my throat hurts just thinking about this game. I can already feel my voice leaving my body. Oh man, I'm gonna have to do some breathing exercises when we go to a break.
Yeah, hopefully your voice doesn't go out after game one here, but definitely,
I'll make it.
Excited about. And I've heard that you are the bringer of all the hype, thus the name Hyper, right?
Oh,
so
I am bringer of every single hype you can think of, and also my name happens to. I created my name. Little side note. I created my name, my gamer tag, way back in high school. It was just hyperactive HD 15, 15 being my favorite number, HD being my nickname. Moving past that, fast forward to now, 26, and I just learned that I have ADHD. So I ironically gave myself the perfect name.
well, hopefully these teams live up to their respective names as well. Some very strong animals in the Razorbacks and the Sharks, and hopefully they give us a good performance here.
Man, Twitch chat is loving the Razorbacks right now. I see 0 people having hope for the Sharks, but we will see what they could do on the Rift. We're gonna send it to a break, and I will see you there.
Welcome on to the Rift, everyone. We've got game number 1 here of the night. It's going to be Sharks on the blue side, Razorbacks on the red side, and we'll see if both of these teams are going to be able to play their best in tonight's match.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited, and I'm really excited to see if Lost in Paradise lands this bandage toss, and he does right onto the H-Rocks. He's going to get that glacial proc to go off, and then just a follow-up from the rest of the team. Easy first blood! And
Well, that's not the first blood that I had selected. It goes on over to give me a cup twice, so your prediction has proven true, Hyper.
Give me a cup twice, first blood! Oh my goodness, it's almost like I knew that would happen.
You mind controlled them into doing it. Hyper, you're not supposed to give the script out.
I mean, I didn't mind control them into a 5-man invade on the red side. That was their doing.
Surely getting the first blood onto give me a cup twice is Nocturne is going to be advantageous. Help get some of those levels. Get on towards that level 6, because I think that once we have a level 6 Nocturne on the Rift, that really changes the dynamic.
Oh, it changes the dynamic entirely, especially since Sharks want to be able to play where they peel off the peel for the Ash left and right, and so when you have Nocturne dropping Paranoia and nobody can see, it makes it a little bit hard to peel for the Ash when you no longer have you can no longer use your eyeballs to see her physically. So it's gonna be scary, and with that first blood, he already gets a long sword, so he's already accelerating towards that. Drop the Paranoia, ult the Ash on repeat.
I will say that with the Alistar, you can break through the spell shield with Headbutt and then land your Pulverize to help with some disengage. So there's a little bit of help on the peel there, and if you stay really tightly grouped together, then you can avoid allowing the insta one-shot. But it is still a dangerous prospect, and anytime that you are separated on the map, that's something you have to be cognizant of.
Wow, these top laners taking heavy trades in the top lane. Not respectable, not being respectable at all. Aatrox has a lot of damage at level 2. But I guess Mundo just does what he pleases.
Yeah, both of these top laners with a lot of sustain here, a lot of healing able to come through in these kits. It'll be interesting to see if they build a lot of Grievous Wounds early. I don't think that it would make that big of a difference instead of just getting more stats to help you do damage with, but that is an option that I definitely have seen some people go before, so we'll have to watch those builds.
Top laners going Grievous Wounds first? Or just like anybody going Grievous Wounds? Oh, Nocturne. Sitting right there out of vision. Not going to be able to get spotted by Not Respectable, and he's just going to get feared all the way back to the fountain. Kill going over to the Aatrox.
Well, you don't need Grievous Wounds if you've got your jungler in the area, and even being at the even wave state, give me a cup twice, able to just walk on up and set up a kill with the fear, so good job there. And once again, striking early on is Razorbacks.
And give me a cup twice, just not stopping for nothing, but Glizzy Gilbert is here for the counter gank. He does have that Conqueror proc. He's going for a little bit more. They do have Ignite ticking down. Give me a cup twice is going to be able to live for that one, but the stun coming out on Web. The root is going to land, and Glizzy Gibbler does pick up the kill onto Web. Sharks managed to get one back.
Yeah, a nice counter gank there, and a little bit of an overextension trying to find the kill, but Web is punished for that one, and the benefactor is going to be Glizzy Gobbler, which kind of a wild card coming into today with the substitute jungler. Maybe that's the spark that Sharks need to give themselves a boost in this game.
Just sub out players every game? Is that the spark they need?
I mean, you never know what's going to help you win one game.
Oh my god. Give me a cup twice is just a madman, ganking all 3 lanes at almost off the same back. The ADC is going to fall. They're going to stun up, lock down that Alistar, but he is going to flash out of there with his life bar.
Yeah, able to survive that gank, but the damage is done. Ooh, top lane trade's getting pretty deep here. Gonna force a flash.
Good flash that Not Respectable was able to flash out of there to get out of the Aatrox right there. He's going to set up Glizzy Gobbler a lot better when he decides he wants to come and gank that top lane. But I just got to draw some attention. Give Me a Cup twice visited all 3 lanes at the same time, essentially. He went top lane, got a kill. Went mid lane, got a flash. Went bot lane, got a kill and a flash. Like, that's really good jungling. And then decided to and then backed.
And that's all before hitting level 6. That kind of tells you the strategy that Razorbacks have coming in here. They just think that they can pick up all these kills, get a huge gold advantage, which they have over 1,000 already at 6 minutes, and then use that gold advantage to accelerate this game. They may be looking to speed run the match.
Speaking of speedrunning the matches, there is that Lost in Paradise gonna get lost in the jungle on the side of the Sharks, and they're just gonna set Star Club very easy right there. Gonna land that bandage toss, max rain bandage toss, very clean. Gonna hand that right over to Webb. Very easy gank in the mid lane.
Yeah, a little overextended there and not enough vision. Actually, having vision in that river brush is probably a deterrent of making that play, but with the good wrap.
Oh, we're going to switch right up to the top lane because Aatrox is going to have to pop World Ender. Both the jungler and the top lane 4 Sharks are here. Give Me a Cup twice, has his ear going to peel on top of him, but the top players are duking it out. There are 2 muscle heads. They're just beating each other down, but his ear wants a little piece of that. The jungler for the Sharks has to use that smite, but he is not going to live. But the top laner does manage, Not Respectable does manage to pick up the Aatrox in the end. Starclaw is there. I don't know why you are there. Gonna get poked out by Webb. They're gonna steal that blue buff. Can we please get a replay?
Yeah, looking at a replay on this one.
I caught Gurf off guard with that one.
As we can see, this fight starts off from the invade, and Victoris drops very low at the beginning of the fight, but he survives so long with the World Ender that he's able to draw all of the pressure, and it's a numbers advantage here for Razorbacks. They're able to set up 2 kills for 1 here. But good job by Not Respectable.
Oh, we're going to go right back to live into a bandage toss. Lands the second one. Gets the Globber's health bar is looking very low. Is going to have to use that stun just to get out of there. Ignite is ticking down. Alistar was hovering over that Raptor pit, but Webb and Lost in Paradise are just going to back out for now. Yeah. That man is only level 5. He just got level 5.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate circumstance to be in. You never want to be down levels when you're on the Diego. Always going to be nice once you can get to the level 6 to steal a body and actually gain some stats off of it. But you got to actually get there first, and right now it's seeming like Sharks are going to be in a tough spot to pick up that first kill and get the reset.
Not respectable at all. Mundo, you are a tanky man, but when Aatrox is full health, you cannot take fights.
Yeah, that defibrillator wasn't able to be picked up either for the extra little health pack. So that ends up just being a nice solo kill. Victoris now 2-1 and 3 on the Aatrox, getting close to what I believe to be potentially an Eclipse build.
Oh, Alistar going to be able to knock the Amumu out of there. He pops a stopwatch, but the rest of the team is here. The Paranoia jumps right onto the Ash. She has to flash right over the top of the wall into the welcoming arms of the Emperor's Divide. There does a reset come off of the Viego. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to be able to hit the Ezreal. They take him down. Switch their targets over to Webb. Webb is going to have to walk back to his tower. Give Me a Cup twice. Is hanging at the tower. But Alistar knocks him off the wall. And the shutdown over to the Ash.
Yeah, 3 quick kills going over 2 Sharks there, and they're looking for a 4th.
Oh, we are not done in the top lane. Not Respectable is going to take this 1v1 into this Aatrox. Both ultimates have been popped. World Ender is going to be timing out here soon. Not Respectable going to turn the tides now. Using that electric shock, getting a little extra damage, trying to get that slow from his hatchet, but he doesn't land it. Q2 pops that passive. He does flash into the wall. He is a madman. He's going to go over the top of the Tri-Bush, trying to get away from that Aatrox, and the Aatrox ends up picking up the Mundo.
Unlucky for not respectable there. The health pack dropped right before he could get to it. He was trying to flash over the wall, get to the health pack, but it ended up being a fail flash and ran out of time just too soon. And Vetaskidis getting another solo kill, and this is what you were talking about earlier, that Aatrox just becomes an absolute menace. So we're seeing Razorbacks making the best out of that pick.
Not Respectable has been doing really good into the Aatrox. He got really unfortunate right there, but Glizzy Gobbler is going to go for a gank, but Lost in Paradise just blind fires that bandage toss, but they're going to turn their attention to the Ezra. Ezra goes down very easily. Glizzy Gobbler's going to get that reset. He's going to phase shift right over to Lost in Paradise. He's not going to be able to be in range with that Ezra, but the Ashe is going to be able to slow him up. Alistar knocks him back. Bandage toss onto the Karma. Lost in Paradise, you're not going nowhere. And he finally goes down. Tower dive here in the top lane. Not Respectable is going to get feared up. He's going to get locked up by the Aatrox, and he's going to get taken down, but he takes one with him. But the execute going over to the Azir, very unfortunate.
Yeah, and the first Drake, I missed this earlier, but the first Drake did also go over to Sharks. Sharks looking a lot stronger in this game than we originally thought. They're still down by about 3,500 gold, but they're getting a lot of kills here. They're even up the kill count and maybe looking for one more.
Oh, give me a cup twice, avoids that one with ease. But I want to see a replay of that bot lane gank.
All right, as we can see, Lost in Paradise starts out strong trying to get out of it, but once that Enchanted Crystal Arrow connects, Sonic 50-40, not going to be able to get out of that one. And Lost in Paradise, no flash, almost back up in that scenario, but it just ends up being a little bit of a bouncy castle for him. 4-man collapse, there's no way out of that one. And then on the top side, we see the dive attempt, but Webb kind of locks himself in there, gets picked up by the turret, and Not Respectable, playing that one out well, is able to get the 2-for-1.
Ooh, really clean headbutt by the Aatrox. Unfortunate he wasn't able to get that stun off onto the Ezreal. Lost in Paradise is level 6 now. So that means Sharks have to be very, very aware of where he is on the map at all times. Curse of the Sad Mummy is just so strong, and he's already proved he can land those bandage tosses. So
yeah, what we've been seeing a lot in this early game is these medium number skirmishes, like 3-on-3, 4-on-3, stuff like that. If you can get an Amumu in one of those, that's huge.
oh, nice gank coming out from Glizzy Gobbler at the top lane. He does get slowed up by Not Respectable. Both World Ender was popped and the Mundo all was popped, but World Ender is going to be expiring here pretty soon. Ooh, Glizzy Gobbler has to flash out from under the tower. Really good gank set up by Sharks right there in the top lane, but we might be looking for a tower dive, or maybe Starclaw is going to get paranoid on top of Bai. Give me a cup twice. He wasn't able to get that fear off. He did flash into the red hit. Bot lane manages to pick up a kill onto the Ezreal. Oh, bandage cost coming out onto the Aatrox, but doesn't get much. Webb just doing a little bit of poke action. Freya may not be the goddess of the hunt and lore, but goddamn she is tonight. Another kill going over to Freya.
Yeah, and it seemed a little bit disjointed there by Razorbacks. They kind of wanted to go for a play in the bot lane, but instead Give Me a Cup twice, rushes towards trying to take out Starclaw, gets the flash, but there's still action going on in the bot lane, and Altro and Freya able to combine to force a kill and force back the forces of Razorbacks. So well played there in the bot lane, and 2-1-5, not too shabby on the Ashe pick.
Yeah, not too shabby at all, and here comes that just monster of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow does go wide. They do land the stun up, get the knock up, but that's not going to be enough. First of all, right into the tower, right into the bandage toss. Curse of the Sad Mummy does lock both the mid laner, jungler, and the support. Looks at Paradise, picks up one, they pick up two. Aatrox is going for a little bit more, but Outro just able to escape that one barely. That cow can run.
What
Really
an
good.
Emperor's Divide. Webb playing that one out super well. Does end up getting killed at the beginning of the fight as we're going into replay here.
We need a replay. I got goosebumps off that one. Oh,
Well, it looks
our
like
production
it's
man.
going to be coming out here right now. Altro looking for the gank. It's the 3-on-1 at the beginning of the fight. I like that he doesn't go for the pulverize right away, just uses the headbutt into the wall. But Webb flashes back in, hits that Emperor's Divide. There's no way Starclaw's ever getting back out from under that tower, and Glizzy Gobbler goes under it as well. You see that Drake getting picked up here by Razorbacks, and we're in a little bit of a closer game state than I was expecting.
Oh yeah, this game is a lot closer than I think everyone is expecting. I did say there was a world where Sharks can win, and if they keep this up, this is how they're going to do it. They just have to, you know, they have to go blow for blow with Razorbacks, but they're going to have to find a point in this game pretty soon where they stop the bleeding and they start advancing their own gold lead, because right now they're down about 3k gold almost, so they got to start putting the gas pedal down. They've shown Razorbacks that they can fight them. They've shown them that they can win. They got the gank set up, and now it's time to just outplay them.
Yeah, and with that graphic that we just had with the gold graph, I don't know if I've ever seen a game before where one team had the gold lead start to finish, but if you saw on that, the top end was 0, so there has never been a point in this game where Sharks have had the gold lead. Obviously, with the first blood happening before the minions crash, that means that it's an opportunity for Razorbacks to do something that, at the very least, is quite uncommon.
I mean, I like what they're doing right now. They're keeping the Sharks ADC down in the bot lane just to free farm, but they are taking this Herald, the Razorbacks, without any sort of vision, any sort of contest. 4 members here just, take that Herald very easy. Probably going to drop that on that mid lane turret, open the map wide up.
Yeah, and after they can break that mid-tier 1, I'm going to be interested to see what the vision on the map looks like. We can see the bot side river has some wards in it right now from Sharks, but I think that they could very easily find themselves choked out on the vision in the near future. Is Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming in?
Not going to do anything. That is what we call a field goal. That one goes wide right down mid lane. Oh, but Glizzy Gobbler is able to lock up Lost in Paradise with a nice stun, but he's going to go over with the Heartbreak, but Curse of the Sad Mummy does take him. He does get the reset off. Emperor's Divide was not able to stall him out enough, but his health bar gets deleted by the Sand Soldiers. Webb claims the jungler.
Yeah, Webb just putting out tons of damage.
Oh my goodness, Aatrox over the top of the wall with the headbutt into the stun. Starclaw able to pick up Webb. What a play by the Shark support. Oh, Paranoia coming down on the Ashe. We have fights all over the place, and they just clean her up very easily. When you're the Nocturne and you're the enemy ADC all by yourself, that is what we call free kills.
Yeah, and a lot of push coming out as well, with towers going down, 2 towers actually going, and a 3rd charge from the Rift Herald. It had, I think, 69 health left before that charge, but it got all the way into that tier 3 tower. That's a huge Rift Herald play and a nice influx of gold going the way of Razorbacks. Despite the fact that the kill score is even, they're up about 5,000 gold.
And I think it all comes down in the CS department. Razorbacks is just out CS and Sharks in every lane, actually. I was gonna say besides the supports, but even Lost in Paradise has more CS. Oh, what a nice stun coming out from Glizzy Gobbler, traded right back with the bandage toss. They do see that Webb is there in the area. They do bait that flash right out of Lost in Paradise. That flash, Curse of the Sad Mummy, will not be coming anytime soon.
Yeah, and as we can see on the graphic, the CS per minute, Skeet is leading by a lot right at that 8 per minute mark. The top laners both, though, in the biggest farm spots of the game. A little bit different than what I normally expect. Mid laners usually like to devour that farm, but right now, you gotta give credit to those top laners. They've got some extra gold in the inventory because of that. And as we can see, it's an Anathema's first for not respectable. I'd like to check who that's on. I didn't see who that's applied to, but I think that definitely would make sense to have it on that Aatrox to make sure that it isn't just absolutely frontlining. and just taking 1 CC and going straight through it.
Wow, Webb getting really chunked out of his health right there. Paranoia is going to pop right over for this third drag pit, but with that wombo combo coming out from the Razorbacks. It was so clean, I lost my words. Lost in Paradise stole my words and set that up so cleanly.
Yeah, and I'm thinking that the illusion that this game was close is just about broken. As we get 4 kills going down, it's traded for just 1 tower top. The Drake gonna go the way of Razorbacks as well, and they finally taken a commanding lead in this matchup.
I'm pretty sure they had the commanding lead a while ago. I just gotta point out, that is the Sharks' first turret. And it's not even the turret that is almost dead. That was a turret that was like very little damage to it. They take the Dragon, they take the mid, they take the mid tier 2. Razorbacks are kind of walking over Sharks at the moment. I mean, what Sharks are doing, they're winning team fights, but they're not winning the macro game, unfortunately. And that sucks. Honestly, that sucks. Because, you know, we get to those desperation team fights. Yeah, Sharks wins it, but then they have to take all of these turrets to get to the Nexus. Whereas, let's say Razorbacks wins it, they just got to take maybe an inhibitor and then take the Nexus.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting past 21.5 minutes now. We're in a situation where I think that Razorbacks have the opportunity, if they can pick up Baron, they might be able to look to end. They'll still need some kills to do it. This tower's gonna go down, give an objective bounty. That's gonna help stabilize things, but when you're stabilizing down 7,000 gold, that's not really optimal.
They do see that Razorbacks is on the Baron, and Glizzy Gobbler is just going for the cross map and sticking to that bot lane tier 2. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to land, but I don't think Sharks are able to do anything about it. Glizzy Gobbler is now rotating over, but here comes Aatrox right into the Baron pit. Paranoia is going to drop right on top of that Ashe. The Curse of the Sad Mummy's going to lock up multiple members, and the Razorbacks are just cleaning up the Sharks in the Baron pit. Down goes the Alistar. Down goes Not Respectable. He might want to take one with him, and he does. Glizzy Gobbler is going to be able to jump right in onto a low health member, but he goes down as well. Double kill, triple kill over to the Aatrox.
Yeah, 5 for 1 ace coming in here for Razorbacks to pick up the Baron. I'm not really sure what the game plan going into that fight was for Sharks. They have their jungler in the bot lane. How are you going to contest Baron without your jungler? And this is a 4v5.
I mean, we see the jungler on the replay right there in the bot lane. I just don't understand it here.
Yeah, it doesn't look so bad at the beginning of this fight. They get a lot of damage early in the fight on the Sonic 50-40, but then they get re-engaged onto it. They find the kill onto that Ashe, and once the Ashe is gone, the DPS just is way too minimal to take out any of these remaining members.
I mean, very nice desperation play by Viego, but Razorbacks got the Baron. They got a few more towers to go for the inhibitors. How long before we get Drake? We got 2 minutes to Drake, so Sharks gotta pull something out. They gotta find a pick somewhere. Paranoia is gonna get popped and go straight down on the mid lane. He's gonna get sandwiched by 4 members of the Sharks. His head buff into the pulverize, but here comes the Amumu, gonna be able to get locked up by the Enchanted Crystero. Ashe is doing so much damage. Heartbreaker over the top of the wall. They are gonna find that Nocturne. Nocturne is gonna get reset by that Viego. They are gonna find that Ezreal, and kill coming over from the Mundo.
Well, if you can ever find a mismatch fight, that's the way you can get back into the game. Glizzy Gobbler trying to chase down the kill. Webb with a nice blast cone to be able to get out, but 2 kills are now in favor of Sharks, and they can look to push down this mid lane. We'll see how far they can get.
Yeah, they do get those 2 kills, and they take 2 Baron buffs off the map as well. I don't know how much more that they can get. They did burn quite a few to ultimates just to pick up those 2. Aatrox is doing a really good job at zoning. Yeah, I see Aatrox popping Q. I don't want to be in the face of him either.
Yeah, so gonna be pulling up before they give over any kills. But a nice little play there from Sharks. They definitely haven't given up this one yet. it's always good to see teams going for things when they're behind and not just letting the game come to them and consume them in their base.
Oh yeah, no, I love it when a team is on the back foot and they don't concede, they just start swinging. Oh no, Glizzy Gobbler, you do not need to be here. Aatrox is gonna see him. The bandage toss is gonna land in the smoke. Paranoia is gonna pop, and 4 members of the Razorbacks escort Viego to the fountain.
Yeah, this right before the Drake comes up too, so that's clearly the plan. Maybe Glizzy Gobbler trying to stay in the area and maybe find some cheese steal over the wall. But
I mean,
out
if
ahead.
anybody's gonna get that cheese steal, it's gonna be Viego. But Razorbacks did a really good job of just checking the bushes before the Drake spawn, just to double check to see if he was gonna come over the top of that wall.
Yeah, they sniffed him out there, and now there's no way to contest. Maybe trying to get some damage down at the beginning of this Drake, but I think that's going to be just about it. Maybe an empowered Q over the wall. You gotta just land that smite and give me a cup twice. Is Führer on the smite? So good job there, making sure to secure that one. No cheese steals given over with a random ability flying in.
Just wanna, Tiger, I don't know if you were aware of it, but you just did a rhyme. Ooh, Paranoia right on top of Glizzy Gobbler, gonna get feared up and taken out with relative ease. Give me a cup twice. Solo kills his lane and jungler.
Yeah, and that's kind of the spot that we're at. Any of these 1v1s, anytime that Nocturne finds a one-on-one on the map to go for, he can just press R and instantly find these kills. And there were kind of some members of Sharks in the vicinity, but they weren't right on top of Glizzy Gobbler, so that just ended up being a solo kill going over. And we'll see if they can
just
find
because
him.
I'm curious, what is the cooldown on Paranoia right now?
Let's see if we can figure it out. It is
54 seconds. Oh, Sharks are going to be able to see Give Me a Cup twice. Oh, not respectable. Going to walk right into the mid lane. Going to pop that ultimate, but he's going to get Curseless Sand Mummy right up. Headbutt coming up to Lost in Paradise. Paranoia into the background. They are going to be able to take out one. Give Me a Cup twice. He's sandwiched by 2 members. Altro and Starclaw are dueling him out, but he's going to get headbutted right into the waiting arms of Not Respectable. He is going to go down. Glizzy Gobbler is trying to run for his life inside of his jungler. Flash, face shift, and 50-40 is gonna take his life. They're going to push the inhib.
Yeah, and this is the war cry to end now here from Razorbacks. They're going into the base.
Oh, the Sand Soldiers, just so much damage. Webb is so low health. That tower is just gonna go down barely. Those minions trying to get him out of there. Altro is gonna headbutt Give Me a Cup twice. But that man, he's not going to die to an Aatrox. Aatrox doesn't do damage. Ashe is alive, sidesteps that Mystic Shot, and her Qs are just going absolute bananas. That Mystic Shot is going to land on the Web as he dives right in. But the ADCs are duking it out, and their health bars are so low. Ashe goes down, Ezreal goes down. Shut down over to the Viego. Viego is looking for a little bit more. Flashes right on to Give Me a Cup twice. He is on the Ezreal. He's going to Heartbreak in, but he's going to get bandage tossed right into a stun. But they are still duking it out with that Nocturne. He goes down, shut down over to Mundo. Sharks are not going quietly into the night.
And Baron just spawned. They can look to take this one down. They don't have the DPS from the Ashe, but they're looking for another fight.
Oh, they are looking for another fight. The Aatrox does have to use his Whirlhander, and his health bar gets deleted. 4 for 1 in favor of Sharks. They turn to the Baron.
Yeah, if they can take this one down, they can start picking up some gold. They can start looking for a comeback. And this is a nice little step in the right direction. Sharks keeping this match alive for another little while. They're going to be able to take this one down. I think that they should be able to get it before anyone gets here. Lost in Paradise.
They don't have the Ashe. That's why it's going so slow. Lost in Paradise is able to come over the top of the wall, but luckily Glizzy Gobbler is able to secure that with that smite. Lost in Paradise falls for his crimes of trying to steal that Baron. Oh, Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to go out. It is going to lock up that Ezreal. And the rest of Sharks is going to try to engage. Emperor's Divide is going to pop just so that they can keep that Mundo back. Outro is in the base, trying to stop these super minions from tearing down the Nexus. Oh, paranoia popped. Starclaw has to flash into the blue pit. Oh my goodness, this is a banger. Can we please have a replay of that mid fight before another fight breaks out?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Hyper. Hopefully we'll be able to get this one up.
We will not. Too much time has
Alright.
passed.
Unlucky, but you know, there's going to be another fight coming up here in another 30 seconds, right around this soul point here for Razorbacks. They're going to be looking to secure their victory here, but it doesn't look like Sharks are too keen on giving this one up.
Oh no, they are not too keen at giving this one up at all. We do have a TP coming in from the Mundo. Bandage Toss is going to last, but here comes the Paranoia right on top of that Ash, but the rest of the team is here. They know the tricks. They know what they need to do. Mundo is 1v1ing the entire team. Here comes Aatrox trying to battle 4 members of the team now. Ash is just laying down the artillery fire. Double kill over to the Alistar.
What is happening?
For nothing in favor of the Sharks. They stop the soul point, and they start the climb to victory.
The Sharks are turning it around. They're really doing it. They're bringing it back. It's only 3,500 gold is the advantage now. And I think that the gold bounties are going to be coming off soon. They're able to clear out these waves, get the extra influx of gold. And Shark actually have a legitimate chance of coming back to this
Here
game.
it comes. Look at that dive in the gold graph right there. From the Baron take to that dragon fight just now. Sharks are doing what they need to do. They are doing it correctly, too. They're not giving up. They're not losing their mentals. They're staying strong. Oh, I love it. I love it. Can we get a replay of the dragon fight? I want to highlight Sharks peeling for Ash.
Yeah, we can see at the beginning of this fight, it is Sharks who gets into the river first. They have the vision, teleport comes in, and they get pushed back a little bit, but that just gives a chance for Not Respectable to get into the back line and Give Me a Cup twice, trying to dive Freya, but not able to get the kill because there's no follow-up, and the DPS is finally enough to be able to kill off Betis, and that just scatters the entirety of Razorbacks to the hills, and they're able to secure the Drake. They're able to win the fight, and now they're pushing with Baron. We'll see if they can pick up some towers.
Oh, I really hope they're able to pick up a couple towers. They weren't able to pick up much off of that Baron. Enchanted Crusader trying to find a pick right there in that mid lane. But it looks like Give Me a Cup twice is hovering for a gank. Here comes the Paranoia. Gonna jump right onto Starclaw. Her health bar very low. She's gonna get feared. She's gonna get taken out very easily. But Ash's cutting is so strong. Lost to Paradise right into the back. The wombo combo was so huge. Aatrox is coming in with the follow-up. But here comes Sharks. They're not gonna go down quietly. They're trying to get kills. But their health bars are just getting deleted left and right. Triple kill for the Nocturne.
This is a really great adaptation here from Razorbacks. We see Give Me a Cup twice, going in this time onto Starclaw, and Starclaw was exposed. There was no way to help on the back end of it. They're able to get that first kill of the fight, and then on the back end of it, they hit all of their CCs. Lost in Paradise able to get a 3-man curse into a 3-man Shurima shuffle from Webb. What a great fight there. Razorbacks, They looked shaky for a moment, but now they're going to be able to finish off the game and earn their rightful victory.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if you can see it, Thunder. You can't because my hair is too light, but my hair is standing straight up. I have absolute chills. That was such a good game.
That was an absolutely phenomenal showing. That was look, both of these teams picked up where we left off last week, giving us an absolute banger. Sharks versus Razorbacks. Again, I don't think any of us expected it to nearly go back into the Sharks' favor, but again, congratulations to the Razorbacks for still pulling it through. You in chat can go check out the MVP vote. I mean, honestly, there's a plethora of people that you can pick. Usually, in some of these games, it's just been very, very clear cut. But like, I mean, this one, I think across the board, it's probably between the Aatrox and the Nocturne, honestly. But Razorbacks,
Thunder.
you know, their team fight was struggling, but on a macro sense, and in the last, I mean, I say the team fight was struggling. They still aced in the last one, so it was a very well played game overall, I think, from them.
100%. You disrespectful man. Lost in Paradise, MVP, 100%. There's
True.
no way this man hit every single bandage toss into a Viego who was not even supposed to like have vision of him. Like you can't
True.
see him. And
True.
then Amumu's like, oh, there he is, blind. Oh, boom, got him again. Oh, there he is. Oh, got him again. Oh, let me just flash bandage toss into the whole team so that my mid laner Web can just dunk him into the turret. Like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Lost in Paradise, 100%.
Hey, that's what I was saying though. Look, personally, I think maybe it goes up to to one of those two up the top, but it's debatable. And Tiger, I mean, what who are you? Who do you want to highlight? Like Webb had a phenomenal performance as well, honestly.
Yeah, if I was giving it to anyone, it takes a while to go back. The early game is so long ago, it feels like, but we saw those triple ganks in every lane from Give Me a Cup twice.
Oh
It worked out.
Right.
It was so good, and I had that in my mind. There were some troll paranoia engages later on, but I still gotta give it to Give Me a Cup twice.
I mean, again, either way, Chad, I do not envy you this decision. Go and send that vote out. Figure out who won it. I mean, Hyper and Tiger both had phenomenal, spiels for their vote. I mean, but again, the game speaks for itself. That said, Sharks, I believe now, unfortunately, despite how close that game was and how good it was, unfortunately, a good game doesn't get you there. I believe they are now mathematically eliminated from playoffs. Unfortunate.
Why do you have to say it like that, man? That hurts
it's
even
math.
more than
It
just
is
saying they're eliminated.
It's just math. That's how it works. So you don't really have you can't really argue with math. That's why you bring it up. But again, I will say they played a phenomenal game this evening. I think if you're still playing on Sharks, for the rest of your games, you try to make the rest of them bangers too. But I will say, the Sharks, as a whole, they were able to scrap in those team fights and they were able to really come back. And I mean, honestly, I will say, I think a lot of us, we were talking, a little bit behind the scenes. I think we liked the Razorbacks draft a lot more, and Sharks were still able to make it work.
Yeah. Tiger, you go first because I'm gonna formulate my thought.
All right, good deal. I think that when you have that Azir right now and the Aatrox and the Ezreal, it feels like those are some powerful carries in the meta. And Dr. Mundo, it's really hard to judge what you're going to get out of Dr. Mundo because we just don't see him that much. But it definitely got a pretty good performance on that champion here today from Not Respectable. And I think that they were able to make the most out of their comp's strength. They have some weaknesses in those 5v5s where they get it on honest terms, but if they can get to the fight first, if they can scatter the fight and get 2v4s, some 3v5s, then they can really thrive in that matchup. So they did a good job of finding some areas to show the strengths of that comp.
Yeah, and again, Sharks, you made it close. It was an absolute banger of a game. Unfortunately, we will not be seeing you in playoffs. But a very brief update for y'all before again MVP voting is wrapping up in just a moment. We'll get that graphic pulled up as soon as it's done. Or after our break, my apologies. After our break. But just a brief update on our standings. We can do it now. Again, we'll get some more coming in soon. But notably, Falcons and Unicorns both fell. They fell to the Vipers and the Crusaders. Understandable. The Dragons, though, got the win over the Rattlers, so they currently have a 2-game advantage over that 3-way tie group in the middle. That said, Vipers are still in sole possession of second place. But again, hey, we saw this a few weeks ago. Seemed like Group B was going to open up a little bit, spread out a little bit, but at the end of the day, we went back to the tie. This is our last round robin, but Dragons are the ones that are once again pulling just ahead so far, Hyper?
You know what? I am so excited. I'm gonna get to you guys right after we go on a break, because guess what? My throat hurts because that game was so intense.
Wonderful. Well, we will see you on the other side of this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Analyst Desk. If you're just now checking into the VAD, I am Thunder, and I'm joined once again by Hyper and Tiger tonight. And, of course, Hyper, Tiger, our MVP voting has completed, and, I mean, it was the one, the only. Victoris up in the top lane on the Aatrox, 6, 4, and 11 on the big guy up top. 6, 4, and 11, 28,000 damage, a 4.3 KDA. Phenomenal performance. I mean, but we talked about everybody on this team performed phenomenally. Victoris is the one that edged out just about everybody else. And I mean, I don't really know what else to say other than Aatrox just kind of busted, Tiger.
Yeah, absolutely. I enjoyed watching Victoris going for those 1v1s in the top lane. Mundo versus Aatrox, who can heal more? I didn't check at the end of the game the stats of who did more self-healing between the two, but that was a fun matchup to look in on just in the 1v1 there, and congratulations to Victoris.
It's also just a fun name to say. But that said, our teams for the next game are already they're pretty much already ready to go. It's Vipers versus Crusaders. So we're going to make this pretty quick. These are the top two teams in Group B. They both won their first games of the night. So coming into this one, I know we have some spice here. So Hyper, I am going to start with you for our predictions here. Who are you going to influence chat to vote for this time?
Give it to the Vipers. Snickety snakes. Yes, gotta get the Vipers.
Wonderful, wonderful. And again, we're moving quickly. Tiger, who are we picking?
I got the Crusaders. They're at the top of the table, 13-3. That's not completely infallible, and I hope that we have a good game, but ultimately I think that Crusaders should be able to get the job done.
Indeed. And while I also picked the Vipers, while Crusaders, I believe, have not dropped a game in their group quite yet, I too am choosing the Vipers. I think we have the upset on our hands. If anybody can do it in Group B, it will be the Vipers. Hyper and Tiger, see who takes this one away. We're heading to draft.
All right, right into the draft. I am personally excited to see what we have in store here, Tiger. More specifically, I want to see the upset really bad, man. I really want to see it.
Yeah, definitely. That must be why you predicted it. But already seeing some respect being paid. The Aatrox was a menace last game. Victoris made it look good. Maybe you got to make sure Lindblom doesn't get to do the same. But our screen is looking very green.
Good. Green is my favorite color.
It is?
It is, actually. I love the color green. I love the Draven ban coming out. More specifically because Draven is just such an oppressive champ in lane early game. Like, ugh. It is difficult to shut that man down in a 2v2. You kind of need your jungler to come over. And that's speaking of like really good not Aatrox. Really good Draven players, but they're gonna lock in the Seraphine for the Vipers.
Yeah, so that's going to secure some flexibility in the draft. But whatever it is, there's going to be some good scaling coming out for Vipers. They're going to be able to heal a lot in team fights in the late game. I don't know if there's a lot of ways to play around that other than just finding ways to CC. So we talked about the Maokai potentially here earlier. I wouldn't mind seeing the Maokai given the Seraphine got locked in.
You really want... Oh... Hold on, let me finish that. We do have a Jinx lock in. I do love the Maokai with the Jinx, but they're gonna go with the Nautilus. Let's go! Oh, that's a synergy. That's a bot lane right there. That's a bot lane combo. Jinx and the Nautilus. You wanna know how you deal with Seraphine? That's how you deal with it. Right there. Lock her down, give her the chompers, give her the zappity zap, and then Jinx gets super excited and just blows whoever else is in the bot lane up with her.
Yeah, once they get to level 6, I think that bot lane is just going to take off and they're going to be very difficult to deal with. But the flexibility of Seraphine, if they don't want to see that, Vipers can throw that towards the mid lane instead. They're going to be holding off on their support or mid lane pick for now, so that kind of holds the flexibility into the second phase of the draft. But definitely looking to play through the bot lane here are Crusaders.
I do want to point out that we do have the Maokai coming through. This might be a flex pick for all we know, into the top lane or the jungle. But I do want to draw attention to this Twitch lock-in, because that actually is a flex pick. With his new little AP buff, AP Twitch in the mid lane is not terrible. It
Yeah.
really isn't.
I wonder if these teams have prepped around that. I mean, definitely not something that mid laners will probably be traditionally experienced on, but if you can get yourself a little edge there, then that's something that's worth going for. I would be interested to see if it's a good blind pick mid, and maybe what Crusaders want in that mid lane is going to influence whether we actually see that used as a flex.
I mean, just with their team comp alone, you could flex it 100%, but when you have the Seraphine and the Udyr lock in, oh god, this Aurelia coming in strong for Crusaders. Their team comp looking like they want to just blow you out of the water really quickly, really early. I love this, but Vipers do have this really nice wombo combo coming in from the Seraphine and the Twitch, because Seraphine throws her Encore down, and then Twitch follows up with that Spray and Pray, and then you just have Udyr in your face, just doing Udyr things. So, and the Volley Bear to follow, the wombo combo just grows and grows for Viper.
Yeah, so for the last pick from Vipers, I'd like to see something with some more long-range engage. They've got the Encore that they can kind of extend, but other than that, they need the Udyr Volibear to be able to get up in people's face, and that can be easier said than done. The Swain kind of adds some more to the front line, so they're very beefy with the bruisers, triple bruisers. They're going to be drain tanking. They're going to get some help from the Seraphine shields. And they could be pretty difficult to kill if they get ahead, but if they're from behind, I think that that's going to be a comp that struggles.
I'm thinking the Swain is gonna go to whatever lane this Aurelia is in. So if Aurelia is going mid, I'm almost certain they're gonna put the Swain with the Aurelia, just because when both of those champs hit level 6, Swain is able to pop his ultimate and just drain so much of her health bar while she's doing her zippity zapness.
I don't imagine we'll see the flex, but it could be the Swain support as well, and the Seraphine mid. I don't expect that, especially given the champions locked in. It looks like it's going to be the Aurelia moving to the top lane as the Victor gets locked in as the final pick for Crusaders.
Wow, this draft is just menacing. Oh my god. I mean, you look at Vipers and the wombo combo is ridiculous. And then you look at Crusaders and the CC is just stupid. You got Victor Cage, you got Aurelia Stun, you got the Roots from Maokai, you got the Depth Charge, and then all the while you have Jinx just lobbing rockets at your face, super mega death rocket. So this game, Vipers versus Crusaders, is gonna be one hell of a game, and I am ready for it. I'm locked and loaded. Let's do it.
Yeah, I think that between the two comps, I like the scaling better on Crusaders comp. They got the Jinx and looking for resets. They got the Victor, that's going to be pretty good once the evolutions come through. They've got the Aurelia, who just goes into the late game and gets tons of blade surges back and forth. I think that they would love to get into that position where they can be in that late game. And it looks like it's not going to be the Swain following the Aurelia. It's going to be the Swain into Victor matchup. And instead, it's going to be Voli into Aurelia. So I think that that's going to be probably where we got a lot of the early game pressure on the map in that top side.
Oh yeah, 100%. I'm Twitch chat. The predictions are live. Go ahead and toss your predictions in. Tiger, based off this draft, Just the draft. Who's gonna win?
Who's gonna win? I mean, I have a hard time picking against Seraphine, just one of the strongest champs in the meta right now. I think that Vipers, if they can get themselves ahead in the early game, they've got a draft that really synergizes with snowballing and being oppressive on the opponent, but they do need to establish that lead.
Yeah, no, I 100% hear you on that one. I do think that where we need to pay our attention to this game, I think it's going to come through the bot lane as well, but not so the Seraphine. I think it's going to come from the Twitch and the Jinx, because these two champs want to scale hard and fast, and so whoever does it first is going to dictate the outcome of the game. So if the Twitch is able to scale up quicker than the Jinx, gets his Bork locked in, gets his Runon's Hurricane locked in, he's just going to be doing so much damage and just providing so much utility in these confined team fights around Dragon and Baron, where you look on the other side of the coin, you have Jinx, same thing. She gets ahead quick, she gets the Kraken Slayer, she gets the Runon's Hurricane and does the same thing, just tears the team open with how much DPS she can do. So I think the bot lane is where our focus is gonna be for both of these teams.
That's where they're going to have contest to determine who's going to get ahead first out of these 80 carries. But anyone in this game really can carry. I'd expect maybe you don't expect a carry out of a Nautilus, but I think that just about everyone else is going to be able to put out some damage, be able to have a large impact on the game, and I'm excited for this one.
I am so excited, but we are gonna go for a break, so I will see you all when we get onto the Rift.
You and a drama only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's, my soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live ever, never see me on the fence. Best believe it when the winners coming. You can never stop me. You can never stop
welcome back to VAD for game number 2 of our night. We've got Vipers on the blue side, we've got Crusaders on the red side, and it looks like Razorbacks aren't the only team who are looking for some red side early shenanigans, Hyper.
Oh, I love red side shenanigans. I love 5-man shenanigans. So here we come for this bot invade through the tri-brush, but the bot lane of the Vipers are going to sniff it out. Here comes the hook from the Nautilus, but he does not have that much follow-up. Seraphine is just going to be able to poke him out with those passive note charms. And you know what? Crusaders walk in, they fish a little bit. You get it? Because he has an anchor. They go fishing a little bit. They don't catch much, and so they head home.
Yeah, unfortunately, they handed over 60 gold on the Spell Thieves for Sunny as well, so that's not what you're looking for there. But at the same time, I think that it's worth trying the invade. If you pick up the kill, it's a lot more valuable than giving over that slight gold lead. So not a bad attempt there.
What is this Nautilus skin? Oh my god, is that the porcelain?
It's Fright Night.
Oh, that's awesome. I have not seen that skin yet. That is awesome.
Happy Spooktober, everyone, by the way.
Oh, that's awesome. I mean, when you're in the river and you're Nautilus, you gotta go fishing, man. It's just how you do it. That's just what you're supposed to do. I know. You have a fishing pole. You go fishing.
That's what you gotta do.
Yes, Dark Python trying to trade in here with his Aurelia with 4 stacks. I love it. You don't win those trades, my friend. Did pretty good though. Didn't come out too low. Does get that shield off though. But top lane looking very volatile at the moment already.
Yeah, looking pretty spicy. Stacking up that Conqueror in addition to the passive. And now level 2 for the bot lane of Crusaders. They're threatening and able to burn the flash of Ixie.
Aw, man, Ixie having to burn his flash immediately off that level 2 spike. I mean, you just gotta respect it. You gotta know when to back off. Nautilus Jinx, level 1 is scary. Level 2 is even scarier, so you gotta respect it. Oh, we do have the jungler sitting down here in the bush for the Vipers, but he's just gonna sit there. Gale is not gonna move an inch. Not gonna move anything.
Looks like Lin Bloom isn't looking to go in there at all.
Oh, Sauce Boss with the nice hook locking Ixie up there. Surprised that the chompers actually didn't catch him. Oh, here comes the gank from Gale. Was gonna go look topside, but he decides to go mid, burns the flash from the Victor in the mid lane. What a good gank.
Yeah, Viper's already looking like they're on the warpath. Gale going for those ganks in the top and mid lane. Not able to secure the Scuttle Crab in the wild, but Becky Rita could be in trouble.
Oh, yes he is. Dark Pantheon is able to stun him up, but Maokai able to knock him back with just a little bit, but the stun coming out from the jungler, and they give the first blood over to the Volibear.
Yeah, Dark Python already skirmishing a lot with Lin Bloom in the top lane. That extra kill is going to feel really nice, especially when there's already a little bit of a CS discrepancy lining up there.
I just realized, so when I saw Dark Python's name, my immediate thought went to coding, you know, Python the language, not Python the snake. That would have made more sense since their team name is Viper.
Yeah, well, definitely some slithery danger noodles on the Rift today.
Oh, charging right in, getting that stun. Really nice trade there from Dark Python. Almost up here, hyping him up, looking for a tower dive. Aurelia has to dash over to a minion, but she is not going to live. They do give he does get the kill, but his health bar is very low. The knockback coming out from the Maokai. Full health Maokai versus a little health Dark Python, but he does have double buff, able to get the thunder from the sky, and he claims the double kill. Dark Python is just a menace in the top lane.
Everyone in the chat, you have to put down if you had Volibear winning that fight. I certainly didn't. I mean, I knew that Becky Rita might not be able to kill him. I was like, maybe Dark Python gets out. I was not like Dark Python gets another kill. 3-0-0 on the Volibear.
I definitely was not Dark Python has 100% KDA in the game. Like, that's definitely not what I was thinking right there. I mean, his health bar was so low dealing with that Maokai. I would love to get a replay of that.
Alright, and we can see in the replay, Lindblom going low from just trying to hold that minion wave, gets punished for it with the Thundering Smash. And the minion wave just keeps hitting him, and forced to go back because the Sky Splitter comes down. Does a pretty good job getting Dark Python low, but Becky Rita's still level 3 there. The Bramble Smash not enough to get a kill, and also crucially does not push Dark Python towards that brush, so the sapling doesn't come down. Dark Python able to get the shield out of the Sky Splitter and turn the fight for 2-0.
Sky Splitter is such an appropriate name for that ability because he splits the sky and the Valkyrie come to claim him and take him straight to the fountain. I mean, just, oh, so good. Oh, really nice hook coming out from the Nautilus, but here comes Gale as fast as the wind. Stop, gonna lock him up, gonna force the flash right out of Sauce Boss. And they do get a really good trade down, and they just claim all the bot lane prio ready for this Drake that is spawning now.
Yeah, Gale with another good gank, able to find another flash there. Gonna try to take this first Drake down. It's an Infernal, so that extra damage going to be really helpful, especially in that top lane matchup that we've been looking at so heavily this game. Dark Python gonna be able to do even more damage, and with that ultimate available, able to turn off the tower. Nowhere is safe for Lindblom.
Nowhere is safe. I can tell you one place that is safe. Yeah, the fountain, exactly. Gurf, you had it correct. This man is in my ear, he's in my mind. That's exactly where Lindblom is safe. He is safe in his base up until they take all of the Nexus turrets, and then Dark Python just dunks right in.
Well, it's been a really strong
Can you turn the laser off? Is that a thing?
No, you can't wreck that, but I think that looking at the game, Vipers with a strong early showing, they're up 1,000 gold here in about 8 minutes. That's gonna do well for them. We can see the gold grab here. Toasty looking for something here.
Oh, Swain is looking for something. Darwin Therapy has to back out. His mana bar very, very low. Just enough mana to get that cage out, though. And he's just going to walk away with his cane and a limp in hand.
Yeah, able to get out of it though, and that's the important piece. Didn't even have to burn flash. But Toasty looking pretty powerful right now on the swing. We'll see if the play is going to develop around the top side. The Rift Herald has just spawned, so we'll see if these teams have any priority over it.
Oh, I mean, I tell you who does have priority, and that is Vipers. Dark Python is just shoving Lindblom in under turret left and right. Maokai is here in the area, maybe gonna look for a gank, but I don't know if he's gonna be able to come through. He does rotate into the river, and Gale coming over, gonna try to secure that first Herald.
Yeah, and that's the next step to accelerate the gold lead. Vipers taking all the right paths here. The Sauce Boss still finding
Sauce Boss slips a hook right in between minions. Encore gonna come out. Super Mega Death Rocket hits the wrong champion. Hit them. Ixie's trying to do a spray and pay. He does grab it. Sauce Boss is going to try to use his anchor to get out of there. Ixie does pop the ghost. He does pop his slow poison. Sauce Boss lives, and that's a 1-for-1 in the bot lane, and I think Vipers win that trade.
Pretty even. I think that kills going over to both AD carries. The wave going to be pushed in here. We're going to see the replay of, I believe at the beginning of this fight, we'll see good engage coming out from Sauce Boss. We can see that he ticks over to 6 right before the fight starts, and then immediately looks to find the way in onto Sunny. Sunny ticks over to 6 in the middle of this fight, though. You can see it. Oh, I thought that never mind.
Yeah,
I saw
he did too.
and I thought it was R. But whatever the case, Ixie already 6 there, able to pop that spray and pray and just start putting out DPS for days.
Man, that is such a good name. So Riot does certain things right in naming abilities. Spray and pray. Just I pray I hit somebody. I pray I carry the team fight. Speaking of team fights, starting up, Sunny doing a really good job of locking up Becky Rita right there. Not going to be able to follow up with those roots that he just laid down. So went for a mid lane gank, but wasn't able to capitalize with that rotation coming over from Sunny.
Yeah, not a huge amount of pressure here to make that work out. Like I said before, I do think that Crusaders scale better. And if they can stabilize in the mid game, that'll be good for them.
I mean, they got to get to the mid game first, and the way you don't do it is you start a fight with the Gale Force of the Udyr. He's going to walk right into 3 members of the Crusaders, and he's only followed up by Ixie. But here comes the Jinx trying to lay a little bit of cover fire down. Darwin Therapy is here for the rotation from the mid lane. Darwin Theory, you see, I'm dyslexic, so I read that as therapy. You know what? Darwin Theory makes a whole lot more sense.
Respect to that. It's hard to read off all the abilities if you're dyslexic, so you gotta appreciate the effort that goes in there. But at the same time, I think that we're seeing right now a little bit of balance, just some push back and forth between these two teams. Nothing coming out of it too much, but with this Drake coming up in 45 seconds, I wonder if we'll get a harder commit to the fight.
I mean, and the way you got to do that is what they're doing right now. On the side of Vipers, and you just try to dominate the mid lane because Darwin Theory is so good as Victor just clearing those waves. You know, he was able to pop that ultimate out from Swain and just do so much DPS with his ultimate too. And what Crusaders need to do is just play more through that. Just get that mid lane prio and then rotate right over into the river, try to four-man, get the bot lane of the Vipers and then take the Drake. And here comes Becky Rita with the roots. The Herald is going to get dropped by Gale, but the Swain is going to get collected right up by that Victor. Darwin Theory is going to turn his attention to the Herald along with Becky Rita. The Herald gets the charge and gets a nice chunk of plates.
Yeah, but the kill going over to Crusaders, and they're looking for more.
Sauceboss does find him. Gale is trying to retreat back over to his Twitch. Twitch is going to be able to get knocked up by that depth card. That was huge. Sauceboss laying it in. Encore is going to hit 2 members. That range extended a lot by Becky Rita. Becky Rita is able to knock back Gale. Gale is able to claim nothing. Gale was the one that went down. And the Maokai followed up by the Twitch. The junglers go down. Ooh, what a really good play by both Crusaders and Vipers.
Nice little back and forth, but I think the real winner of the play is Darwin Theory, who's now 1-0-1, already completed that Leandries, and that's a pretty strong spot to be in as a Victor. Gonna scale up nicely as well. No Drake take on the back end since both junglers died in the fight, but I think that Crusaders gonna be in just as good of a spot as they were before, and they're just looking to scale up.
Ooh, Vipers. Sauceboss, you don't 1v1 a Swain. Nevermore never allows you to lose. I mean, move and lose at the same time.
I think that Swain's got some Raven in him. He can go for some Nevermore. But I think that we're seeing Vipers start up their second Drake of the game. We'll see if they can get it. Becky Rita looking for a play mid.
Becky Rita over in this mid lane again. Gets that nice root front, and it's going to be followed in with Darwin Theory's ultimate. They claim the Swain, but Gale and the bot lane of Vipers claim the Dragon instead.
Yeah, going to be a pretty even trade in my opinion. Ocean Soul here going to feel really nice with the Seraphine and with all of the Bruiser frontliners. That would be a big boost if it can be picked up by Vipers. But I think that
Crusaders do not need Vipers with the Ocean Soul. They do not need Viper with the Ocean Soul. And with that being said, Vipers do not need Crusaders with that Ocean Soul either. Between the Jinx and the Aurelia, I mean, like, both of these teams need to put a lot of attention towards this Soul because Swain, Twitch, Udyr, I mean, I don't think Udyr, but definitely Volibear, able to just heal so much. The fight ends and then just heal so much more. It's gonna be nuts. We're gonna have some insane team fights over these Drakes now. Gonna look over to the player gold right here. And you know, all of that green, because green equals money, baby. And that's and that's what they have. All the money in the pocket. Dark Python and Itzy carrying the gold lead for Vipers, and Darwin Theory and Lin Bloom trailing directly behind them. Really huge trading in the mid lane. Demonic Ascension is going to pop, but he's going to get locked up by that depth charge and that root. Saspa's doing a really good job appealing for his mid laner. Darwin Theory survives. Oh, in the top lane, Dark Python comes down with the dunk, with the smash, and he's looking for the kill. He does find it. He turns his attention over to Becky Rita, but here comes Gale. As fast as the wind, as fast as he is, he's looking for the Maokai. Gonna catch that tree, gonna chop him down, but he's gonna knock them back. Gale is full health. He's gonna get that stun. Gonna do a lot of DPS. Dark Python on the back end, just gonna clear that wave up because he does not need to pay any attention to Maokai. Udyr has that one in the bag.
It's the Quadra Bruiser fight. You got Aurelia at the beginning of the fight and trying to take down Volibear, and then Udyr and Maokai show up. The health bars just don't go down very quickly, and that was the problem there for Crusaders. They're trying to solo out Dark Python, but he just will not die. 4-0-0 now on the Volibear. I was just about to compliment the fact that Lindblom has kind of stemmed the bleeding since that early 3 kills given over to Dark Python, but in that moment it just wasn't working out, and they tried to make the play, but they were made to pay.
They were indeed made to play. Herald claimed by Vipers in the end. Can we tick over to the individual gold of the players real fast? And I just want to point out that Vipers are doing a really good job just spreading the gold of their team out. A lot of times what you see, especially in this case, the Volibear has all of the gold, and the other team has none of the gold. And the spray and pray is gonna interrupt me. The encore does not hit from Sunny. Ixie says, I got this one. That's a solo kill for the ADC.
Yeah, I think that we were talking earlier about the naming conventions with the spray and pray, but maybe the past name with Rat-a-tat was more descriptive of what we just saw there.
Oh, I know, just rat-a-tat-tat left and right. Give me that Jinx bounty. You're going to sleep tonight. Oh. And he's able to pick up that Bork finally. That's a huge power spike coming in from Ixie.
Yeah, and with that Noon Quiver in addition, it's just going to get more and more difficult from here. This is what we talked about in draft. If Vipers can get a lead and start snowballing it, they will become nigh unkillable, and in addition, they will be inescapable when they go in. So they're in a really strong spot right now. With this Drake coming up in 50 seconds, they're going to be looking to put themselves on Soul Point. And Crusaders, for the first time in a long time, are in a bind.
Yeah, I mean, even if they wanted to contest this, they really need Aurelia with her constant DPS and CC. And right now, Volibear coming in for the dunk, turning the tower off. Turns his attention on the tower, kills it, turns now attention to Lin Bloom. Lin Bloom is taking a lot of extra damage that she does not need. Another stun coming through. Dark Python, like a snake in the grass, and the absolute monster he is, gets the solo kill.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit out of hand in that top lane. Lin Bloom keeps going for the 1v1s, but Dark Python keeps finishing them. Now going to be able to push other lanes and maybe join up with the team. That Frostfire Gauntlet into a Frozen Heart is such a strong team fight buy. It's going to be even that much more difficult to do anything through this front line of Vipers as the game continues.
I don't think it's that Lin Bloom is taking these fights. I think it's that Dark Python is forcing her to take these fights. She's definitely not walking up and saying, hey, I want to fight the 4-0 Volibear fed out of his mind. I think it's the 4-0 Volibear walking into the face of Lin Bloom and saying, you're going to fight me or else. Witness me.
The Rift Herald
so he does. Oh, we're gonna have a fight over this mid-tier turret. Oh my goodness, the DPS was so strong from Darwin Theory right there. They were able to take that one down, and they were able to bounce back that Twitch. Shut down over to the Jinx. That's who you want to give it to. She's getting a set. She's trying to run down Gale, but Gale is too fast. Like I've said before, he is the wind. He is as fast as the wind himself. And they claim 2 for nothing. Claim the 80. They claim the bot lane of the Vipers. Dark Python wants a little bit more, I think. Oh, gosh. That Swain eyeball, the vision of Emperor, does so much damage. What?
I think that in that last fight, we saw why Maokai is so powerful. You can just throw out the Nature's Grasp from, like, way downtown, and there's nothing you can do to escape it. And in that mid lane, just able to lock down the 2 members of the bot lane from Vipers. They're able to take down those kills, and Crusaders now trying to pull some of what we saw from Sharks last game.
I mean, they're doing it a little bit better than the Sharks were too, just because of their map control. They're not giving too much up when they take these fights. We saw right there they were able to take 2 kills and not give over much, which is really good, and it's going to play in really well if they try to come back into this game. They're only down about 4K. At this point, Sharks were down a lot more than that, unfortunately. But they do have Soul Point coming up in a little under 3 minutes, so that's where they're going to have to make their stand. That say they are not going to go away without a fight.
Yeah, what I really want to see here from Vipers is them pressing their advantages. I want to see them setting up a pick and then turning it into a Baron. I want to see them getting to the vision around the Drake first and forcing a fight there and winning it and getting the soul. They need to accelerate this game to make sure that the scaling doesn't come in and Crusaders can't start winning these team fights.
Ooh, Dark Python roaming through the jungle, a little alone there. We saw on the minimap 3 members of Crusaders were in the area. I don't know if they knew he was there though.
Dark Python, big bear, doesn't die easily. He's feel confident to go into enemy jungle. There's nothing that you can do to him right now, and he's gonna even force out flashes to just a wandering Nautilus.
Just the presence alone of the Udyr and Volibear forced to flash out of the Sauce Boss. I love it. I love the respect too. Just to respect the 2 of them there and the huge amount of damage and CC that they could do. So just let me just flash and live. Let me throw my hook and get out of here.
Yeah, and looking at some of this itemization, Sauce Boss opting to go for the Even Shroud, looking to set up some more damage onto this tanky front line. Got to make sure that you can hit the depth charge onto all of the members that you can possibly line up. So that's going to be important in these team fights. But that's kind of an avenue that it looks like we're seeing an attempt from Crusaders to set themselves up to get back into the game.
Oh gosh, every time I see Ixie go stealth mode, I'm ready for the full, that 5-man spray and pray coming out. Lit Bloom, I do gotta say, is holding their own in this top lane. After they were able to secure that Borg, they've been doing a lot better in farming and just deterring the poke and harass that the Volibear can do.
Yeah, whenever you're ahead in the top lane, you can just say, all right, CS lead top diff, right? Doesn't matter that he's got 5 kills on me. I have more CS. I'm winning the lane.
Hey, CS is constant gold. Kills are situational gold. So if you can get the minions and get the gold in your pocket, you can get to the late game, even if you are 0-3. So, huge Evermore coming out from the Swain, but Nature's Grasp is going to follow up. TP from the Volibear is going to come through. Darwin Theory is going to be claim Sunny in the end. Here comes the dunk from the Dark Python. He's going to sun up the back line, and the Jinx goes down. Meanwhile, Spray and Pray coming out onto the Maokai. Maokai claims 2 in the end. But here comes the rest of Crusaders. A full health Swain, a full health Dark Python. Gale, as fast as he is Becky Rita going to be able to flash and claim this Drake?
Yeah, trying to find an angle here, but a thorough job being done by Vipers to suss it out.
Oh, but the Dark Python comes from... Oh my goodness, the stun coming from Dark Python to stop Becky Rita in their tracks. You're a tree, so plant your roots. Oh, and they claim the soul. Soul Sweet coming from the Vipers. And
Yeah,
Dark
25
Python
minutes.
marches
Pretty
on the
early.
inhib turret. Oh. Let's get a
Alright,
replay.
Yeah, we got a replay here. At the beginning of the fight, it looks like it's going to be alright for Crusaders. They get hit with the 3-man never move. It's a big pull, but then the Nature's Grasp sets up an insta-burst on the Sunny, and that kill goes through and stops the Encore from charming. But the Rat-a-tat-tat pulls off 2 members, and meanwhile in the 3v2, it's just a clean sweep. Swain frontline does too much work, and it's just the side of Vipers coming away with the better end of that fight with the Ocean Soul.
Speaking of Ocean Soul, Lindblom was able to do a huge trade onto excuse me, onto the Swain right there, and he backs off and generates that entire health bar right back. So with that being said, Ocean Soul doing work, but also Lindblom is in the position now to where she can actually potentially take out one of these carries.
Yeah, trying to scale up here, trying to get to a point. You know, 0-4-0 Aurelia always gets memed by players who are salty after a solo queue game because it's like, I'm 6-0 on ADC, and then Aurelia 0-4-0 just shows up in my lane and one-shots me. This is just always the complaint of solo queue players. So we'll see if Lindblom can make it happen here in this VAD match.
Well, you know, what solo queue ADC's got to understand is that we live in a horror game, okay?
That's true. That's
And-
just fact.
And it's just, and our enemy villain, the I don't know how you would phrase that. The Michael Myers of the story is the fed top laner, or in just this, or in any case, the top laner. The top laner is the horror villain. And for Jinx right now in this game, it's definitely Dark Python.
Well, with the Baron buff now active, they're going to start sieging out these towers. We'll see if there's a response from Crusaders here. They got to find a way to clear out these waves, and the Rockets will clear one wave of them.
Oh my goodness, Lindblom's health bar was chunked out immensely right there. Unfortunately, that Immortal Shield Blow passive was forced to pop. They were able to claim that turret down in the bot lane, and they continue the siege on the mid lane. And even though Darwin Theory's wave clear is just so good, like, it's not going to be able to stop them from inevitably taking this inhib like they have right now. And Vipers may look like they're just going to take this inhib, then start the fight. Becky Rita is looking on this angle right here, trying to dissuade as much as he could. Here comes the Nature's Grasp. Dark Python and the Gale are going to be in the ones going to get locked up, but here comes the volley, here comes the dunk, and here comes the Jinx running for her life. She can't escape for long. The Encore from the Sunny is going to hit all the members of the Crusaders, but the Ixie in this game is doing so much for his team. Volley Bear, Twitch, put the team on your back. Can you carry even harder? I don't think so. They're looking for the end right now. Swain's gonna pop his demonic embrace. Darwin Theory's gonna be able to drop his cage. Gonna be able to stun him up. But Twitch, with the board, with the attack speed, with the damage, they do it. They cake the game, and they are able to get the upset.
Yeah, so much of a difficult situation to be in, getting pushed into the base there. They kind of had to fight at some point, but Crusaders not able to find the angle, and a clean victory from Vipers as they're able to push their record up to 10-7, I believe. They've still got a few games to catch up to Crusaders, but they're in a much better spot now.
Indeed, they are. Welcome back to the analyst desk, everybody. And I will say, the upset came through. Crusaders have taken their first Group B loss now. This is, you know, again, if you were watching Vipers at the start of the season, you would have, and somebody told you that they beat Crusaders convincingly this week, everybody would have called you a liar, a fraud, and you wouldn't have been allowed to show your face around the Discord server anymore. Like, it just wouldn't have happened. So congratulations to Vipers for pulling it through. We're gonna get that MVP vote running in just a second over in the chat, but Tiger, I'm going to come to you first. You picked the Crusaders. The Vipers are the ones that pulled it out. Was it draft diff? Did Vipers just play better? What were we looking at that won Vipers that game?
Well, they definitely had a draft that lent itself well to winning the game convincingly. They were able to get that early advantage, and they came in with a solid game plan. They showed that they knew exactly what they wanted to do. They ended up getting that bot lane ahead and getting the top lane ahead within the first 5-6 minutes of the game. And once they did that, all the dominoes just fell into place.
Right, and they fell pretty quickly. I mean, we saw there was like one, maybe two team fights, I think, that Crusaders were kind of even in, but they never really felt like they were able to claw their way back. They were really able to sink their teeth into this game. So, I mean, Hyper, for you, I mean, we were talking about that top lane a lot. I mean, Dark Python, just that, you know, at the very least, it felt like there was a little bit of top die going on.
Unfortunately, for Lynn Bloom, Arc Python getting a triple kill, not even triple kill, just going 3-0. No, I think it was a triple kill, wasn't it? So
it was first blood up there, and then a double, and then in a 1v, I think it was a 1v2 double kill or something like that.
Right, okay, so I mean, if you're Lynn Bloom and you get dove like that, like obvious, you know, we're at this competitive mindset now to where when your laner is that low and you have that much health, there's no way you're not going to dive. But Lynn Bloom knew the jungler was en route, so she's like, I'm gonna stall as much time as I possibly can because Maokai is gonna come in and gonna like clean it up. And that's what we were all thinking, because Dark Python's health bar was right there, but then he hits the Maw of the Malice and his health bar goes up a little bit, and then he splits the sky to give himself shield, and then the smash comes back off cooldown and just he gets the double. And it's just, man, I think it was just like unfortunate, but yeah, I mean, Dark Python for sure carried that early game.
Yep. And I will say one last quick point before we do take it to break. And Tiger, I want to ask you this. Becky Rita in Twitch chat, if you were watching, was hinting at a potential Blitzcrank jungle pick. Do we think maybe the Blitzcrank wins the 1v1 against a 5% HP Volibear?
Yeah, I definitely would have to imagine that's the case. I mean, you just gotta use your magical punch, and that's gonna do it. I think that just gets the kill, right?
I think so. Hey, you know,
I mean, it does so much damage now.
It does. It's obscene. Hey, we're entering the off season. The patches are going to go nuts. But of course, we do still have one more game left. We've had two bangers. We'll have to see if the last one can close it out for us. It will be Astronauts versus Hammerheads. We will be back just after this break. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We just received a wonderful rhyme from Gurf that I honestly can't even remember what it was. Gurf, that I was going to try to make a nice comment about it, but I literally just have extreme short-term memory loss.
Right
So
back to you.
there we go.
Like,
There we
are
go.
you
Yes,
kidding me?
it's it's back to us. Thunder, Hyper, and Tiger. We all. Anyways, we're coming back. Fresh off the press was game number 2. Vipers taking down Crusaders in the last round robin for Group B. A phenomenal performance overall, boys. And I will say, like, I think a lot of people had Crusaders on the docket to still win that. Vipers played a very clean game overall. And I think the cleanest game, of course, came out of their top laner, Dark Python, the MVP. That MVP vote as voted by you in the chat. 8, 1, and 4 on the Volibear. Still technically a perfect KDA because you can't divide by 0, but also the only death was Dark Python running into the fountain right as the Nexus exploded. So overall, didn't die except precisely when he chose to. Embodied the top die mentality in the 1v2, 16,201 total damage. Again, we talked about him a little bit before, but now that everybody has had a chance to go and watch all those replays, which is basically a Dark Python montage, Tiger, this Volibear pick was so good.
Yeah, and I will add, not only was Dark Python picked as the MVP, Dark Python was unanimously picked as the MVP.
Yes.
We all saw it. That was a great performance. The Volibear coming out, and we weren't sure how the matchup was going to go in the top lane. Volibear versus Aurelia, Dark Python versus Lindblum. It was looking close in the early stages, but with just that one kill early on, it seemed like Dark Python totally took over that matchup.
Yeah, and Hyper, I know you were absolutely a fan of this. You were ranting and raving about how well Dark Python was playing the entire time.
I love watching League of Legends, and I love watching good League of Legends.
Indeed.
At that. And Dark Python just embodying the top lane mentality of, I don't need your help. I got this. Tower dives the Aurelia, and then turns his attention to the jungler, takes him out. Double buff still intact. Like, I'm like, just Dark Python, just absolute monster. And as you should be, as a massive Volibear.
Yep.
That's the massive one.
He is indeed a large ice bear lightning monster. It's pretty scary. So overall, a very exciting game. Dark Python, an absolute performance, just steamrolled over the rest of Crusaders. But our next matchup, again, is one that you cannot sleep on just yet. I know we're getting late, but we're not done. We got Astronauts versus Hammerheads. Astronauts are the other team at the top of the other group. We're back into Group A for this. And Hammerheads, while they're not sitting in sole possession of second place, they're still in contention in the group. And Melogy in the mid lane is quite strong. But again, we'll go ahead and get predictions for this. I know we're getting pretty close to the time that draft is going to start. And Hyper, I'm going to come to you first this time. Who did you pick? And tell me why. Argue it. Give your debate on the floor for all of chat to hear.
All right. So I'm going to give you 2 answers. Okay. First answer is the answer I told you guys. And then the second answer is after me going and looking at the stat sheet. So
yes.
I think it's going to be Astronauts. And I'm going to say Astronauts because I work in the space sector. So I love Astronauts. But looking at the stat sheet, I actually do think Astronauts are might have the advantage to take this one to a victory. And I think it's going to come on the shoulders of the jungler playing through the bot side of the map. Not just the bot lane, but just the bot side of the map specifically.
Right.
You look at their ADC, and they play a lot of utility carries. So when I see utility carry player as an ADC, I think in my head, this guy has the strongest mental in the game. He does not tilt. His spacing is back here, and he just is lobbing DPS downrange and just making sure he's doing his job. I'm gonna provide utility, whatever that champion may be. Ashe, Jhin, Sivir. My job is to provide DPS. I don't care if I get the kill. If I do, awesome.
Yes.
But the jungler is going to dictate the pace of whether that ADC is able to provide that utility for his team or not. And
Right.
I think astronauts have the team comp, or at least their team comps that they play. I think their team comps have the ability to do that, and their players also have the ability to execute that.
Yeah, they've definitely proven that they have the skill. They're at the top of the group for a reason. Notably, one of their only 2 losses actually came to Crusaders in the intergroup fighting. So, I believe they've only lost 1 game to inside their group, but we'll have to see potentially if Hammerheads can take that off. And Tiger, I have set this up. Now we have a little bit of contention on our analysts, I believe, not to spoil your pick, but Tiger, please give us your analysis, give us your pick, and tell us why.
No, you're absolutely right. I'm gonna take the Hammerheads here. They play one of the most kill-heavy styles. Melly G right at the top of kills per game with 9, so I'm expecting them to look to play aggressively here. And I think that going into this match, they're coming in as a little bit of the underdogs. But I think that we've seen throughout today that matchups can go anyways. So I'm hoping that we're going to get a fun one. Hoping that we're going to get a lot of kills here and maybe keep an eye on that mid laner of Hammerheads to make some plays.
Yeah, and notably, this is coming in again hot off the presses. We actually have coming in just right now. Hammerheads just took down Razorbacks in their second game of the night. Hammerheads actually took down Razorbacks. It looks like we've had some swaps in positions. We've had some subs come in. Looks like ADHD graphics. Usually the support will be playing in the jungle position. Dream Unforgiven, the jungler, will be playing in the ADC position. They're actually an ADC main, I believe. And then we have Haley Victoria in as the support. And notably, the pop-off player in this game against the Razorbacks for them, Dream Unforgiven, 15, 5, and 9 on that Misfortune, which we put so much attention to at the start of the day, Tiger.
Yeah, I was thinking when we saw that graphic at the beginning of the cast, there's a lot of presence of Misfortune, but the win rate actually wasn't that high. If I remember correctly, It was right at 51%.
Yep.
So I've been wondering how these teams are playing around it and if they're creating some situations where they think that Misfortune's just going to automatically win the game because they can pick it, but it's actually coming out to not be true. But when you do get the right circumstances for that Misfortune, then it's a pick that can really shine. And with the upset going over to Hammerheads in their second match of the day, I'll be expecting astronauts to play accordingly.
Yeah, and of course, I got briefly distracted, and once again, Gurf has threatened me and told me that I must indeed tell you what my prediction is. You know what? Can I actually change it? Gurf, can I change it? Paging now. Gurf, can I change it? You know what? I'm actually, with this new information, seeing with some of these swaps, I originally was picking astronauts. We've already seen the one upset today, and you know what? Tiger, I think you've convinced me. I'm going to be switching over, predicting the Hammerheads. I'm sorry, Hyper, to leave you as the lone man out here, but hey, look, look at the match results, you see where the momentum is, and you call it as it is. But
Hey,
Hyper and
chat, I need you to
Tiger,
blame this man for peer pressure.
I will take the flame. I fully accept it. Tiger and Hyper, it is up to you for the call. The teams are ready for draft. Take it away for the last game of the night.
Oh man, Tiger. Let's get in it. Game 3, draft coming in. Astronauts versus Hammerheads. If I don't see a Misfortune ban hit these bans, I'm gonna be shocked. Unless astronauts decide that they want to take it, but
Yeah,
I don't know.
the first pick's always an option, but I think that that's a pick that this draft could be revolving around. And interestingly, throughout the day, we haven't seen at all any of the Hecarim that we talked about at the beginning of the cast. Neither of the teams have picked or banned the Hecarim, so we'll have to see if it shows
False.
up here in our third. Did it get banned?
First game it got banned.
First game ban. All right, I'm glad that you're keeping me honest here, Hyper. I got that in mind, but we're getting right on into the bans. Syndra, an interesting one with the new rework.
Yo, Syndra actually can pump out damage now with that rework. I'm kind of feeling it, not gonna lie. I played her in ARAM and I was like, whoa, I'm doing too much damage for no reason.
Yeah, Syndra definitely one of the stronger champs. It always seems like when a champ gets reworked, they're on the stronger side of things to start out with. But definitely with that passive change, you aren't so centered around those level spikes of getting to level 9 and level 13. You can kind of get the ability upgrades a little earlier on and use that to bully out the lane.
Well, I mean, even still, like, she wasn't, like, super busted. Like, it took a good minute for me to get busted because I was losing. So, I think that Riot did a decent job of appropriately balancing. I know that's crazy, considering that Riot doesn't know how to balance champions. But I think they really did a good job this time on this rework on balancing her damage from being fed to not being fed. First pick on the Maokai. Love to see it.
Yeah, and as you were calling out, the Misfortune ban does come in from Astronauts. They're respecting that. I know that I'm seeing something in the chat about maybe getting a Rakan pick for Hammerhead, so we'll have to see if they want to go towards that as well. But the Maokai first pick, the three-way flex, got played in the jungle last game. We talked about expecting it to be more pushed towards the support role in the early stages, but definitely a strong first pick.
I do love this Trundle coming in, especially if Astronauts is going to want to play through their ADC like I'm anticipating they are, or that they're going to have their jungler be that carry to get them to the late game. So that Trundle pick coming in really nice. And Hammerhead's going to be locking in that Seraphine. They were hovering that Rakan and hovering that Zyra for a little bit. Maybe that they're going to flex the Seraphine then, if they were hovering that so hard.
Mm-hmm. They definitely could flex the Seraphine. And also, I'm interested to see if it's just going to be Trundle following Maokai wherever he goes. Because technically speaking, Trundle is also a three-way flex between jungle, top, and support. Definitely a much more out there support. But that is a champ that you can play in the support role. But
your killers have to be nuts if you're going to play Trundle support.
That is true. But the Seraphine definitely going to help set up some picks, maybe go towards some team fights as well later on in this draft.
Ooh, Varus locked in for Astronauts, and then they're gonna go through with that Graves lock in. I am liking where Astronauts draft is going. Really, really well. The only thing that they're missing right now, honestly, is a little bit of range. Just a little bit more range, and because they got the engage from Nature's Grasp and from Varus route coming out. But interesting enough, Varus could be flexed into the mid lane as well, like I was pointing out. And there's the Rakan coming in, locked in for Hammerheads. Are we gonna see Dream Unforgiven rocking that Seraphine?
That'd be pretty spicy, and definitely when we talk about the heavy kills play style of Melly G, that's not something that I associate necessarily with the Seraphine. So maybe we do get that Seraphine Rakan bot. That would be so incredibly difficult to kill, and especially if you are expecting the Varus to go into the bot lane, having that sustain is going to feel really nice, having the extra shields available, having some of that healing as well. I really would like to see that Seraphine Rakan as long as we don't see the Varus flex towards the mid lane.
So if you're saying Melly G is like kill king, then just looking at these three champs right here, the only thing that would make this comp disgusting is an Azir pick. And I really hope Astronauts sense that. Because you put the Azir and you combo that onto the Encore with the Trundle, the Grand Entrance from Rakan, like, you got Emperor's Divide to come with that, like,
Maybe we see something that's more to the effect of an AP assassin like a LeBlanc, an Ari, a Cassidon potentially. That could also work pretty well into this team comp. Obviously, Maokai feels good against those. Instead, it's just going to be the control mage looking to pick up those kills later on into the game in the Victor, but that does confirm Seraphine Rakan bot lane.
I do love to see it. I'm interested to see what they're gonna have for their top laner here, because they're giving top lane the counter pick. Me personally, I would have given the mid laner the counter pick, because if we're going to try to use Hammerhead's Melee G to carry the team, let's give them the opportunity to counter pick. But we have the Xerath in, more than likely going to go right side by side with that Varus, because if we're gonna have Rakan and we're gonna have a Seraphine, let's throw the poke. Let's commit to the poke lane.
Well, that would be some pretty decent poke, and that helps with what you were saying earlier. They need some extra range. Xerath has got you covered. That range is going to be absurd. But instead, I think that it's going to be the Xerath mid lane. It's going to be Maokai moving into the support role to make way for the Aatrox top.
Oh my gosh, that Aatrox top coming in, and that no hesitation Sigma on the Camille. There was no hesitation in that pick. Very confident in that Camille going into that Aatrox. Pretty good matchup too. Not a lot of champs that can take Aatrox on one-on-one. Jax maybe, and the Camille.
Yeah. So what I'm looking at here on these team comps is Hammerheads have a lot of zone of control. They can put down the gravity field, they can put down the encore, and you have to walk into them, then that's going to cause you some problems. You can even get hit out of the area by the Hextech ultimatum, so you don't want to be walking into this team. But on the other side, for Astronauts, they've got a lot of hard engage. They've got the Nature's Grasp available that we talked about before. And they've got a pretty bruiserish front line with the Graves and Maokai and Aatrox. So they're in a similar spot to Vipers last game, where if they get ahead, I think that Astronauts have a very snowbally comp.
No. Snowball indeed. When you start it, you don't stop it. Wow, these two team comps are kind of good, because let's say that Aatrox decides that he wants to come in and start wreaking havoc to your team. Hextech ultimatum stops him in his tracks. Same thing goes for the Graves, but predictions are live. Go ahead, vote game 3. Who is going to take this? Astronauts or Hammerheads for the upset?
Yeah, definitely getting down in the votes. I'm still sticking with Hammerheads. I think that this draft is pretty decent for both sides. I don't have any major qualms with any of the picks that we're seeing here. But I do think that Hammerheads, if they can get into the late game, they've got some scaling advantages. And I really like how they look in a team fight, especially if you get a good ult from ADHD graphics, making it so that the Maokai can't frontline as easily.
Yeah, you know, ADHD graphics. I'm just gonna refer to that man as ADHD. Sound good, my friend. That's too many words for me to say in the middle of a team fight, because as the Trundle, he's gonna be right there in the face of everybody. So I'm gonna keep it short and sweet, short and simple. But I do want to point out the Xerath, because I love the phrase artillery mage, because Xerath is the exact definition of an artillery mage. Because if you think of like military artillery, they hang way back there and they just lob bombs across the field, and Xerath Ultimate literally does that exact thing. So he is the embodiment of an artillery mage, and I love it. I love these two teams. If you got anything else to say, Tiger?
Yeah, I mean, the other thing that comes to mind when you talk about that artillery is Defoe is going to have a lot of opportunity to impact side lanes by just walking out and casting that right of the arcane. So we'll see if that ends up making an impact, especially looking at that top lane. Aatrox Camille might be duking it out, so gonna have to see if we get a repeat of last game where top lane is all the action.
Man, it's gonna be a ton of action across the board. Top lane matchup, Camille Aatrox. Jungle matchup, the mid lane match. Every lane, every player, everyone is going to have an intense fight. I can't wait. My voice is gonna go away tomorrow. I just know it, because game 3 is gonna be the one to do it. But let us just see if it does do that indeed. So we're gonna head to a quick break, and we will see you game 3 on the Rift.
Welcome back, everyone, to our final matchup of the night. In Game 3, we've got Astronauts on the blue side, and on the red side, we've got Hammerheads. We've had some pretty exciting games so far today, Hyper, and hopefully this game will measure up.
Yeah, it's gonna measure up for sure, 100%. We have
Yeah,
really,
well-
really crazy wombo combos coming out from Astronauts and from Hammerheads alike. So these team fights are gonna just be absolutely ridiculous. Melly G, that is some bad manners right there. Getting a laser over the top of the wall like that. Trundle and Xerath are just doing a little bit of eyeing each other, just saying what's up, what's good, and then you just little zappity
Well,
zap.
Speaking of bad manners, Melly G taking the ghost, gonna be looking to pick up some kills in this lane, it seems like. And we'll see if Defoe can counteract that with just keeping him at arm's length.
Yeah, unfortunately, not having TP on the Victor is gonna be a little rough in the early game before that lost chapter. Just because you use, your abilities use so much mana and you have very little at the start of the game.
Yeah, we'll see if that ends up creating some difficulty. But with both junglers starting on the bottom side of the map, I have to wonder if we're going to see some more focus around the top side with the early ganks. That's what ended up making some of the difference in last game. And with the Camille and Aatrox, there's definitely some viability to getting some ganks set up there and just seeing some fighting in general.
Oh, we just had a DC. Just kidding. We had a reconnect. Dream Unforgiven having that little zippity zap kind of action going on. But what you were saying about the top lane, yeah, this Aatrox Camille lane, super volatile. Even if one gets ahead, it really doesn't matter because the champs kits are just so good. Like they can just do so much damage and they have so much sustain. Camille's shield, like you see right there, just got buffed, and it just provides her so much extra shielding so that she can take these aggressive trades into an Aatrox who wants to take aggressive trades.
Here comes the 3-camp gank.
Here it is, double buffs on the ADHD. He's going to come in. Napkin is going to have to dash out of there. Has to burn his flash as well. Really good pillar coming out. Set up beautifully for that hook shot. First blood over to the Camille.
And that's why you put the Camille with the Trundle. Great setup there. And Sigma getting that first blood is going to be in a very strong position. Hammerheads trying to show us another upset on the cards tonight.
Ooh, Hammerhead's just jungler doing really good. Gets that top gank and then just immediately right into the invade to steal that blue buff. Sigma and ADHD graphics are here. Goldfan does have to flash out of that. Aatrox does have full health. Was forced to burn that TP so that he could get back to lane to provide a little bit of extra support. But do we have a replay of that kill? Because that was so clean.
Yeah, as we can see here, it takes a lot of setup. There's a lot of trading that goes down before this play. The wave management is good as well because it sticks it right in the middle of the lane. There's no way that they can see it, graphics coming in. But Napquan still trying to trade aggressively even when the gank starts. And that ends up costing him his life. And Sigma now going to have the sheen off of the first back and just be that much more dangerous in this top lane. But looking for a gank mid.
Oh, Goldfan barely sitting out of vision right there. Gonna slide right in. Melly G taking a little bit of damage off of that Q proc from the Graves. But all in all, did a really good job avoiding any follow-up.
Yeah, just had to flash the stun to make sure that it doesn't go down. That would have certainly ensured a kill, but going to be re-gankable now with no flash, so we'll have to keep an eye out, see if Goldfan tries to set up another play there. And I think that's going to be an okay position because Graves not that strong of a ganker, and ADHD graphics has been getting the advantage on the camps all the while.
Yeah, I mean, coming off from taking the blue buff from from Goldfan, you know, putting him down a little bit in the CS department, and then taking that back, and then not even taking his back, just turns right into his red side jungle and starts full clearing that, you know, the CS department. The gold is just pouring in for him at the moment, coming off of that assist from Sigma, going in with that hook shot. Really good trade back from Napkin. Unfortunately, he loses out in that, though. Napquan,
Yeah.
I apologize.
And even getting the double crab there means that it's going to be an early advantage on the Trundle. And one of the things that I kind of was questioning in the draft, I didn't talk about it before, but I do think that picking the Graves into the Trundle is a little bit strange, because Graves normally just wants to dominate the jungle, but Trundle can hang in the 1v1 just fine, and Trundle's better early for setting up these ganks.
Yes, these ganks right here. Trundle in the jungle, Trundle with the pillar, Napkin trying to survive, but he cannot. ADHD in for another gank, and he claims the kill this time.
Hammerhead's reading the script from last game and just taking it to the top lane, getting the advantages there, and starting to take some plates as well. That's going to be a big wave dropped because no teleport for Napquan, and just great play so far by Hammerheads, getting themselves up 1.5k.
Yeah, I honestly think Camille could have stayed for another wave. Camille with Sheen does, you know, a lot of damage. She probably could have gotten another plate, not gonna lie, before Aatrox even got there. Oh, Goldfan, you are in a bad spot at a bad time. Melody coming out from the jungle, but here comes Defoe trying to provide a little bit of extra support. Guz gonna get that stun onto that Victor, but meanwhile, ADHD is just glued right to the fan. He is trying to get him off of it, but he can't do enough. The smoke screen gonna be able to just barely survive. Here comes the artillery from the Xerath. Stone Kitty Cat is going to go wide with that Q, but Flash for that CC into the knockback for the ADHD, and Defoe is able to clean up that kill. What was that engage? Astronauts took a bad engage and turned that into a win.
Yeah, I mean, ADHD graphics kind of just soloed out that entire fight. Almost able to kill off Goldfan. Unfortunately, the pillar right at the beginning wasn't able to push him back into the gravity field, so that ended up meaning Goldfan was able to escape. And then once ADHD graphics was in that deep, there was just no way of getting back out. The right of the Arcane gets put down by Defoe. Stone Kit Kat and Mike's Revenge walk up. Mike's Revenge even flash twisted advance to secure the kill, and getting that kill onto Defoe is going to feel really good for them.
Just gonna say, I'm the play-by-play caster, and you just gave the most incredible literal play-by-play for that kill that I've ever heard in my life. Were you staring at that replay, or did you just know it off the top of your head?
I just remembered what was going on. I just saw a few things in that fight. You know, it was just a nice play coming out, and the fact that it went over such a long duration, you could see each of the individual things happening, so it kind of just played out like a story instead of everyone cramming their abilities onto the screen all at the same time.
I feel you there. Did I just see... No, I did not see that. Okay, I thought I was looking at a Goldfan, and I thought I saw like the TP symbol come up as like, oh, unleash the teleport. I'm like, that doesn't make sense. But now that I use my eyeballs, that was just him getting his last smite and getting that smite evolved.
Yeah, it does pick up the Umbral Glaive here, and the Rift Herald went over to Astronauts as well, so they've kind of stabilized the gold. They've kind of almost equalized the gold, I should say, and they should be able to do so with the Rift Herald, but another gank can try to get some back.
Oh god, I don't know if they're going to be able to get anything back. That gank setup was really clean coming out from ADHD. This man has got to have ADHD. He is everywhere on the map. He can't sit still. He's in the top lane. He's in the enemy blue side jungle. He's in the enemy red side jungle. He's in the mid lane. Like, where? Somebody get some eyeballs on this man.
Yeah, and we're seeing some more plays coming out. I think that it's always funny to look at the number 80, but it also sounds like the letters AD. And that's kind of what's going on here. We've got a lot of ganks coming out, and 2-1-1 on the Trundle is in a pretty strong spot.
2-1-1 on the Trundle. But you know what? I gotta say something. Aside from them having this lead, it's slim, but a lead nonetheless. Win by an inch, win by a mile, doesn't really matter. I do gotta say, this game is a lot more calculated than the other two games we watched. Even from the side of Astronauts, you know, when Goldfan took gank to mid lane, it was very calculated in the way he wanted to do it. Like you saw very clearly, mid lane's not taking unnecessary trades. Napquan and Sigma are not taking any unnecessary trades, even though Napquan is just utterly getting bullied by this Trundle. Meanwhile, we have a fight right here in the river. Here comes the grand entrance from Haley, followed up by the stun from the Victor, forcing the flash out of Goldfan. He has to use his screen. He has to use his collateral damage. Thank God you have Mike's revenge, because he's trying to get a little bit of revenge for his jungler, and he does succeed, and he does claim the assist with Defoe securing that kill.
Yeah, 1-for-1 though. A nice flash forward from LEG, able to secure the kill onto Goldfan. And that trade means that there's time across the map to gather some more resources for Hammerhead. So I think that they'll be all right with that play. But a good collapse overall. It was going to be doomed from LEG either way. So nicely done by Astronaut.
Ooh, really good Hextech ultimatum right here, having to pop that World Ender from the Aatrox. He is ignited. He has to back away. Napquan is in a prime position to get dove on, but he is just taking these aggressive trades, and oh my God, he claims the kill of Sigma. He may be down, but he is not out of the fight yet. He's looking for a little bit more, just trying to provide a little bit of extra support, stall a little extra time. Here comes the pillar. Goldfan is here in the top lane. He's looking for ADHD. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, there is a fight. Encore coming out. Mike's Revenge cleans up Unforgiven. Top lane back again. ADHD is forced to flash away, and Astronauts are here to play.
How do Astronauts have numbers advantages on both sides of the map? And they're able to pick up one kill, they're able to get a flash, they're able to drop the Rift Herald, and they're able to claim the gold lead.
Oh my goodness, what a fight on two fronts. Astronauts deserve a replay for how well they played that.
Yep, going right on into it. We can see at the beginning here that ADHD graphic trying to set up the gank, but on the other side, Napquan able to find the solo kill, and that's what sets this whole play up. ADHD graphics wants to push in the wave so that it doesn't get frozen. But at the same time, the rotate comes through from Goldfan. ADHD graphics is able to get out there, but on the other side of the map, we see just the CC chains too much, the chains of corruption connect, and we're going back into another game.
We're coming back to live because the Astronauts are laying down the artillery, trying to take Sigma out of the fight. She's trying to run away for her life, but you can't escape the fan. Ooh, Defoe doing a lot of good utility right there, providing that divine arcane artillery dropping in from the skies. Oh, nice flash coming in. Gonna get that slow up. Goldfan was in the top lane. He's in the bot lane. His smoke screen comes down. The collateral damage does not come through. But here comes the jungler and the support. Or the Hammerheads. They claim Goldfan. Meanwhile, Astronauts say, we're not going down because we're taking one with you. Unforgiven falls to the stone kitty cat.
Yeah, that seems like they've just returned to the scene of the crime. Am I watching another replay here in the bottom lane? What's going on? Ed Dream Unforgiven gets killed up in the exact same spot as before. It is a 1-for-1, but meanwhile in the top side, Napquan, despite the early struggle, is now in an advantageous position. CS lead in the top lane, taking that first tower and setting up this Eclipse build.
Oh, it's gonna be really good as soon as this Aatrox is able to lock in that Eclipse. Like I was saying, but though for the Aatrox, for the Camille, once they're down, you can't keep them down because these champions are just so good. Let's take a peek at that gold graph. You were in my head, Gurf. In my head. Napquan in the lead, commanding lead. Just kidding, not a commanding lead. Just a little bit ahead of Melly G right there. Break that down for me, Tiger, won't you?
Yeah, so we can see here that both of these junglers have been farming pretty aggressively here to be on a similar pace to the solo laners. They've been getting ganks, and Melly G, with some fancy footwork going to avoid bringing Defoe into that top of the player gold conversation. But pretty even across the entire map. Sigma now a little bit behind. Dream Unforgiven a decent bit behind, but that's kind of okay on the Seraphim because you're building less expensive items anyways. I need to check back in and see it. I think that it's actually going to be the Leandries in this game, but it is a build where you can pivot towards some of those enchanter items and kind of stay on the same item pace despite being behind in gold.
You know what I love to see on that gold graph? It was that Astronauts had... no. Was it Hammerheads that had the lead? Yeah, it was Hammerheads that had the lead. And then all of a sudden, Astronauts flipped the script. Nature's Grasp is going to go wide, but ADHD is sandwiched between 4 members. I asked you to keep this man locked down, and you know how they answer that? They bring 4 members in his own jungle to do it.
Yeah, you can easily lock someone down for that duration when you've got all this CC chained up. Only really needing all of the engage coming out from Mike's Revenge to set up the kill. It was able to take him down pretty fast. Despite the fact that it's a strong position from the early game for ADHD graphics, still pretty squishy, and I think that applies to just about everyone in this game.
You know, you're absolutely right, but a grand entrance followed up by the Encore. He is forced to cleanse that, but the chains of corruption onto Unforgiven lock him right under the tower, and the tower claims the assist. Solo kill over to the Varus.
Yeah, you only need to get 2 tower shots to find that kill, and that's a pretty dangerous spot to be going for a dive when that's the case. Dream Unforgiven getting punished yet again. Not a bad dive attempt, but just not able to find the kill in time, and a great response from Stone Kit Kat to claim the kill.
Yeah, I think we do need a replay on that because his cleanse was so clutch.
Yeah, we see this coming in. Haley Victoria going all in on the Rakan. We see the cross map play as well, so we can see that advantages are being gained on all sides of the map by Astronaut. But Haley Victoria able to set up the whole CC chain. Dream Unforgiven maybe a little bit early on that Encore. I think that the duration of the CC coming out from Haley Victoria was a little bit longer there. Could have waited, but meanwhile we're seeing more trading in this top lane relentlessly.
When you got the confidence in Napquan, you kind of just send it. You know, he takes that solo kill on the Camille very cleanly. Ooh, Haley missing that. And Mike's Revenge, he must have some Air Jordans on his feet because he's breaking this woman's ankles right now. Because I don't know how he's able to sidestep all of that, but he was, and got the flash over the Dragon Wall just to top it all off.
Yeah, hard to say if there would have been enough damage to take him out anyways, but good escape there. And now we're in a spot where the 3rd Drake's coming up in a minute, and actually Hammerhead securing the first 2 Drakes. That's kind of where their power lies right now. They're down in the gold, but they can force fights around this Drake, so we'll see if they can get the setup in time. And looks like they're going all in already.
Yeah, they are. The Grand Entrance coming in, but Nature's Grasp is going to follow through. But Zerak just pouring down, the artillery coming out. Encore gonna charm up a lot of members, but the TP coming out from the Aatrox is gonna be looking on the ADHD. TP coming out from the Camille. Aatrox is able to take out a lot of the health bar from Trundle, but not enough. Stone Kitty Cat claims Unforgiven on the backline. Smoke screen coming out from Goldfan. He is going to shift on in, but here comes Haley Victoria. Haley Victoria not able to do enough CC collateral damage. Claiming another one. Astronauts lose one, but they take the hopes and dreams of the Hammerheads.
LEG
But they're not done. Stun coming out from Sigma right into that baby cage of the Victor. Handed over to Default.
Yeah, and another one gets taken there. Astronauts now in a commanding lead of this game. They've got the Drake spawning right now. They can go towards teleport coming in. It looks like there's going to be a contest from Hammerheads.
Oh, here comes that teleport right now. Hammerheads might try to contest this, but the teleport from Defoe is answered with very swift aggression. Dream Unforgiven. I don't think Astronauts need to be afraid of Dream at the moment. Just being 0-4, barely getting that Leandries recently. But Hammerhead's able to take back the river.
Yeah, the health bars were low. It forced resets out from Astronauts, but they're getting back out onto the map. They can get here in time before this Drake goes down.
Yeah, Defoe is doing a lot of damage in that poke area, just poking out Dream left and right, but Sigma here comes. Goldfan's health bar is very low. Victor is doing a lot of damage on the background. Melly G doing really good. Haley Victoria able to knock up that Mike's Revenge, but Aatrox, Napquan, the carry, the top laner, he is ending the world. He is ending the dream of taking that Drake. They are able to secure that. The dragon stacking, I love to see it. Astronauts able to just swing this into their favor.
Yeah, Hammerheads lose the same Drake fight twice in a row. The second time not as badly as the first, but they still have a struggle here. They did get a shutdown. They killed off Stone Kit Kat, so that's going to help influx some gold back in. I believe Melly G picked that one up, but now they've given up the Drake stack on the back end of it, so they're going to have to find some more ways of keeping this game alive.
And you know what? I think the way you do it is you start playing through that Victor. Melly G at the moment is their damage. Just picking up that Shadow Flame now. Camille's still working on that second item. Unfortunately, Unforgiven, not able to pump out the damage we know Seraphine can do in that APC role. Just been getting bullied and put back so far. You hate to see it, but you know, Astronaut's doing a really good job of keeping that Seraphine locked down and not able to do much damage. You know, their only focus that they need to focus now is the Victor, and Victor does have and is in a position to carry this game until the Camille is able to come online.
Yeah, but the difficulty comes when you look at the items. 2 items across the board for everyone on Astronauts to just 2 items on Melly G. They're in a spot where they can't really pick any fights where they're going to win at this time unless they get a huge numbers advantage.
Oh, they have a pretty even numbers advantage, but Hammerheads are able to turn that in favor now. Nature's Grasp is going to go, but Rakan popping that Shirelia's battle song, and they retreat into their jungle.
Yeah, singing not of battles, but of peace this time around. Going to be able to survive that one. And it's pretty important that they were able to survive there, because Baron on the map means that any fight you take could result in giving that one over. So we got to make sure that keep things on lockdown, make sure not to give over anything too dangerous. And I really like this build from Stone Kick, actually going with the Bork plus that Kraken Slayer, going to be able to do a lot of DPS, but the poke is still there as well in the Varus. No matter what you build, he's doing a lot of damage, so going to be threatening on 2 fronts that way.
Ooh, Hammerheads are looking for a gank right here on a Napquan. The pillar is going to land. World Ender is going to have to pop. He is forced to flash with that hook shot coming inbound. He is not able to get those chains. Goldfan is here for the counter gank. But it looks like Hammerheads are going to try to retreat this. And they are able to get out of that. Woof! Good attempt on the pick right there.
Yeah, and they're able to get Napquan's flash and ult without having to expend anything of their own, so that's definitely a worthwhile trade. They're going to try to get Dream Unforgiven into the side lane to get some more CS, get some more experience in gold, and try to even things up a little bit. I think that it looks like it's going to be the Seraphine's Embrace as the second item, but I would like to see some more Enchanter items coming in, because you're already getting a decent amount of damage from that Victor, but you can try to help the team in other ways when you're behind.
Yeah, for sure. I think that item is called Seraph's Embrace, not Seraphines. But I do like the Seraphine's Embrace. I think it still works here.
Yeah,
Uh,
definitely an item that you can get at a little bit of a discount as opposed to something like a Shadow Flame. So makes a lot of sense if you're trying to still do damage. And the plus side, in my opinion, is that it gives some of that extra wave clear. If you have the full damage Seraphine build, you can kind of look to the Victor and Seraphine to both be clearing waves pretty effectively. So if they need to just ball up in their base and ride out some times where the enemy team has Baron or something like that, then they will have some wave clear to deal with it.
I like you toggling that vision right there. I really, really wish you would have done it while Haley was setting it up, because she was doing a really good job of providing vision of that river right there. But the vision dance commences as they set up for this Drake that's spawning in 7 seconds.
So it looks like Astronaut's going to be first to the punch here. 5 members of both teams are in the area, so they can look for the play. But Melly G already chunked to half as Defoe was able to take a good trade early on. I'm not sure this is the fight Hammerheads need to take.
They do not need to take this fight, but Hammerheads are doing what they need to do, and they're forcing their way into this river. But unfortunately, Goldfan is going to go over the top of that wall right onto Sigma. Sigma is forced to back. She does have the TP available. It's going to be a 4v5. Encore is going to be able to hit Mike's Revenge. She's going to go in. Nature's Grass goes wide. And the World Ender is trying to end the world, and it does succeed. But Stone Kitty Cat picks up Haley. He gets a double kill. He's looking for a little bit more onto the rest of the team. Dream Unforgiven and ADHD, with the help of Sigma, are all that's left in hopes to claim this Drake.
Yeah, and with the first 2 Drakes having gone in Hammerhead's favor, I feel like they didn't have to contest that at all. They could have just gone, picked up waves other places on the map, set up vision around Baron. But looks like we're going to get the replay here. And right at the beginning of the fight, you can see that the health bars are pretty chunked. Napquan taking a little bit of damage in the front line. But Defoe is just pumping out damage left and right. And already the front line is out of the fight here. And it's just a chase down from Astronauts trying to go in. They find a good change of corruption into Nature's Grass. The health bars survive for a while on the side of Hammerheads, which kind of helps their 2-man group on the east end of the map get out, but they end up giving up 2 kills and that dragon, so good fight there from Astronauts.
Really, really good fight from Astronauts. I would have really liked to see Hammerheads go just bot lane and take that turret, because it was pretty obvious you couldn't contest the dragon. So if we're not going to get the dragon, at least let's get that objective bounty on that top turret. That top turret, I mean that bottom turret, looking really low as well. So I think I would have preferred that play over forcing the dragon fight, because I think Astronauts get that drag whether they fight it or not.
Well, the gold lead approaching 10,000 now in favor of Astronauts. They had maybe a little bit of a shaky early game, as we can see, but it's just been up the hill they've climbed, and now they're in position where they can pretty much win any fight that isn't just a pick. So we'll see what the response is here from Hammerheads trying to turn this one around.
I love the thumbs up coming out from Goldfan, like, ah, yes, I see you trying to get me, but you will not. a little cheeky right there. Uses that quick draw and just quickly evades the pillar. Just like, aha, nice try. You're not going to pick me. Ooh, Haley Victoria, a little out of position right there. Seraphine backing her up. Really good.
Yeah, you can afford to be a little out of position when you're Rakan. Rakan is one of the slipperiest champs in the game. Very hard to lock down and kill. There is some good lockdown available, so if you can get that first CC, and you can chain it into a kill. But now the Baron being started up here is a big threat. The take is so fast.
They do have vision of it, though, but their vision is going down very slowly. Sigma does have the blast going over the wall, but Goldfan is able to clear. Micro's range is going to go right in on top of that Sigma, but the Encore is going to be able to charm up 3 members. This is a fight that Hammerheads won, but Haley Victoria falls in the end. It was the fight they wanted, but Defoe on top of Stone Kitty Cat say, this is not the fight that you will win. They claim the Baron, they claim the team, they are looking for the inhibitor.
Yeah, and when you hit that big encore, but you're not able to get any kills off of it, that's when the trouble starts to come. And I think that for Hammerheads, they're in a spot where they're going to need some real miracle to get out of this game.
Oh, Melly G is providing that miracle. Huge shutdown on the Napwan right there. Probably saving the game. If Melly G goes down, they just end the game.
Yeah,
Let's get a replay of that Baron.
So we get the setup from here a long time ahead of the Baron start from Astronauts. They're able to get good vision. They know exactly what's coming at them. They can see where 80 HD graphics is. They can spot that the enemy jungler is not going to get here in time. And Stone Kitty Cat is just doing so much damage. And as soon as the encore comes out here, we see the 3-man trunk. This is the moment where it looks like damage can come out. But there is no DPS. Melly G is not in that fight. And that means that it gets turned in favor of the Astronauts. And they're able to expand their lead even further.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. Do that again. Just, that was good. Because it was a good engage. If Unforgiven is able to get that kind of encore off onto the enemy team, hopefully with Melly G in the, on the screen this time, they might be able to turn that fight and win those fights.
Well, we got an Infernal Drake coming up here in about 15 seconds. Once again, Astronauts are first to the river. Once again, this is not a fight that Hammerheads need to contest, and it looks like they're finally going to concede a dragon, try to get something cross-map, try to get some of these gold bounties, and allow the Drake to go over so that the Baron buff doesn't do any more damage than it's already done.
Amen to that. Drake goes over, no contestation, and then you have Camille, just one of the best side laners in the game right now, just annihilating that top turret. Would have loved to have seen her push that in a little bit more, just because we know that the enemy team is going to push in on our base. So let's just keep on going. But I understand having to respect the Baron buff push and having to try to stop that.
Yeah, so the inhib goes down in the mid lane. Looks like that's going to be the last remnants of that Baron play. But Astronauts definitely continuing their advantage here. And with all of the poke that they have...
80 HD, my friend. You do not need to face check 4 members of the enemy team, but a nice flash coming out from him. Oh, really big damage coming out from LEG. Does drop those lasers and just takes out the health bar of Mike's Revenge. Really good counter coming out from Hammerheads.
I would have loved to see the encore come out there from Dream Unforgiven as well. The double root with the beat drop was doing a lot of work there, and I feel like they had 5 members in the area. They could have looked for that engage, but instead they just back it off. No harm, no foul, and they're looking for the scaling to continue. I think that they will be all right if they can clear the waves, but that's a big if.
I mean, they're in a position to scale. I do see Trundle does have the Athemis chains. I don't know what Gurf is doing, but he sees us.
Oh, yes.
Yes, fire. I like that. That's really cool. That's really cool. I didn't know that was a thing.
This is the next level production that you can get at Victoris here.
Or maybe Gurf just plays the game too damn much.
Or whatever.
He's an Easter egger. I know it. I know it in my soul. This man plays. He plays games for the Easter eggs.
Taking a look here at the game again, though, it looks like we're having Astronauts trying to push in the mid lane. And gotta be careful here if you are Hammerheads. Walking up that far could get punished pretty hard.
And they do know it's going to be a 4v5 if they start this fight off. Nice stun coming out from Defoe, right on top of Haley. Haley's health bar is collateral damage in the face of Graves. She goes down very easy. Now it's a 3v5. Here comes the push of the astronauts. They're looking for the inhibitor turret. They're looking for the inhibitor. ADHD is here to back up the team. Nice death ray coming out from Melly G, but it's not enough to clear this wave. They turn their attention to the mid lane. They do have those minions pushed up pretty far on the side of Hammerhead, so no more assault on the Nexus turrets will come out.
Yeah, so they're able to get another inhib, one more inhib, and then things start to get really hairy because clearing out 3 waves is fine when you have a Victor and Seraphine, but clearing out double super minions in every lane is that much more difficult.
Ooh, nice cleanse coming out from Stone Kitty Cat, but the Subjugate was popped, followed up very good by the Chains of Corruption, and Varus just shows what ADCs to do, and they just pump out damage. Nice charm coming out from Dream. Dream is gonna get smokescreen, gonna get slowed up just a little bit, but fortunately Hammerhead survives, trying to get that pick in the mid lane.
Yeah, pretty close fight there. Looked like there was some good opportunities for Hammerheads, but Astronauts, very difficult to take down, and they look like they want to go straight onto Baron on the back end. Melly G gonna be chunked to half before this fight.
What was that damage? Defoe just on the back line providing so much utility for his team. He's gonna miss with that stun, but he does what he's supposed to do when zones ADHD out of the Baron. They take the second one of the game.
Yeah, with that Eclipse, and Goldfan's pretty tanky, at least against
tell me
Baron
Aatrox TPs.
objective.
Please tell me he does. Oh, I'm calling it out. Aatrox TPs into the base while the team's taking the Drake.
All right, let's see what happens here. The wave
Oh,
clear
you
is
can't do
still
it anymore.
pretty decent for Hammerheads, but this time it's the Infernal Soul. They can't really afford to give this one. They gotta find a way to contest. Maybe ADHD Graphics just tries to get into the pit to steal with a smite, but whatever the case, they need to make something happen now, and it's gonna be an uphill battle no matter what it
Yeah,
is.
they do see ADH Graphics on that ward in the tri-bush. He does have to take that blast plant out of there. Has to smite that Krug just to survive just a little bit longer for Goldfan to clean him up. TP was forced out of the Camille. Hammerheads are still looking like they want to contest this Drake. I don't know how much they are going to be able to do. Defoe is keeping them out of the river. What huge damage that man is doing. Another ultimate coming out. Huge! This is an artillery mage right here. Takes 2 of them out with his ultimate. Melly G was forced to pop that Zonia's flash over the wall. This Astronauts just blowing up the Hammerheads.
8-2-11 for Defoe. What a performance. It looks like they're gonna try to end here. They've got the Baron buff, and they're going to be able to take the Nexus towers. There's nothing you can do about this one. It's all
Tries to
over
get
the
that
prime.
hook shot, tries to get that Hextech ultimate, is able to pop that Guardian Angel, but I don't know if it's gonna be enough. Here comes ADHD, and he is just gonna get sandwiched by the entire team. Melly G, meanwhile, is trying to keep the Graves occupied, but while that is happening, her base is getting destroyed. Game 3, and we have a winner. Astronauts coming from the depths and raising it to a victory.
Yeah, I believe that's our longest game of the day. 38 minutes long, but it seemed like Astronauts had control for about the last 15 minutes or so. Well played by them, and a well-deserved victory for the #1 team in Group A.
That was a heck of a game, fellas. Again, congratulations, Astronauts. They hold on firmly to that spot at the top of Group A, and across the board, they played so well. I mean, Hammerheads played really well at the start of the match too, but I think it really just kind of came down to that solo kill on the top side of the map for that Aatrox against the Camille, and everything just seemed to fall apart from there, Hyper.
I'm gonna completely agree with you, because that's what I was thinking as well. That's where the game started to fall apart. But I don't get it. I don't get it. So you have Aatrox, an absolute monster in the front line, and that's where everybody's focus is. And even my own focus was on the Aatrox. But we can't forget about the Xerath.
The
Are you
orbital
kidding
strikes.
Are you kidding me? I said it during the draft. Artillery mage, an actual. He's literally artillery. He is literally blowing up the enemy from across the map. Like, are you
Yep.
kidding me? He picked up 2 kills with that. That is insane. And not even just the final play, just throughout every single team fight, he zoned them out of river. He zoned them off of objectives. Those stuns were absolutely magnetic. They were connecting every single time. Although the entire team played phenomenally. Stone Kitty Cat, Mike's Revenge with the CC, the jungler from Goldfan with very nice secures on these objectives, Aatrox having the confidence of being down and still able to solo kill. If I'm gonna give an MVP vote this game, it's gonna go on Defoe for doing his job to perfection.
I absolutely agree. I mean, again, Napquan, I still find it absurd. We were looking at the stats. Napquan only got, I think, 3 kills, which is absurd to me. I felt like the Aatrox was, popping off left and right. I thought we kept seeing him pop in the kill feed, but he still just didn't die that often after those first few ganks. So I mean, you're more than happy to take that. And again, you kind of turn the game around from there. But I will also say, I think, for the side of Hammerheads, not having kind of that, we talked, I mentioned briefly during our intermission that they drafted very similarly in this game as they had in their previous game where they took the Razorbacks, except they had a Seraphine instead of a Misfortune. And one of those does a lot more damage, Tiger, and the Seraphine, there were some good routes, some good encores, but it just seemed like they couldn't kill anybody.
Well, I mean, whenever you're down that much gold, I think that's going to be an issue. Certainly Misfortune is better at coming back from behind and still being effective in dealing damage, but I don't think it's so much of a difference in comp as it is a difference in just the state of the game. It seemed like a lot of good encores were coming out there from Dream Unforgiven, but they just didn't matter because they only had one damage source. They had Melly G was doing a decent bit of damage, but there just wasn't any follow-up that they could find, and they just struggled to find any sort of a foothold after the early game got flipped over on them.
Yeah, and we can go ahead. And I think, I don't know, we have some post-game charts. Do we potentially have a gold graph? Oh no, holy damage. 41,000.
That's a lot of damage.
That's so much damage. 41,566 damage from this Xerath. Hyper, you called it out. We were seeing, I will say, it feels like there's been a rise of Xerath that I've been playing against in my solo queue games, and I just keep dying to him, and I sympathize and empathize with Melly G here, because he was facing against this guy the entire game and still did very well, at the least amount of deaths on his team, was still somehow an escape artist on this Victor.
Oh, escape artist to the max. I've never seen a slippery champion in, and we talked about Rakan being very slippery, hard to lock down. Victor has a limp, and he is still as slippery as Rakan. Are you kidding me? But I honestly think Melly G did a really good job of keeping Defoe under control during that laning phase. It wasn't up until the Aatrox kind of flipped it, and Defoe walked up just a little bit to provide a little bit of artillery to secure a kill. It was around that time when Victor and Defoe started to separate on the map a little bit more. At that time, that's when Defoe started to get ahead, because he was able to free farm, he was able to zone, they were able to get those objectives. So, I mean, Melly G, phenomenal job in lane, and unfortunately, you're not able to, watch your enemy later the entire time on the map. So, I mean, yeah, I still got to give it to Melly G. Played a phenomenal.
Indeed, indeed. But Astronauts overall, they have now solidified they are in sole possession of first place in Group A, and nobody can now catch them. With only 1 week remaining, only 3 games left to play. Astronauts at 16-2 in the standings. Bandits and Razorbacks are still tied for second. After the events of this week, so they can no longer catch Astronauts. But notably, Lions, they did have to FF all their games tonight, unfortunately. So they remained at their 4-win position, but that does lock Hammerheads in as well. Even if they lose all the rest of their games, they're at least locked in on that 4th spot to get to playoffs. The only thing up in the air still for Group A is the placing of Bandits and Razorbacks. Now, we still got a couple of results. I don't know if everybody quite is in. Actually, I think all the games are in from Group B as well. And Falcons, Unicorns, and Dragons. Unicorns and Dragons are tied. Falcons are at 9-9. Above them, Unicorns and Dragons both have 8 wins apiece. And the only reason that, honestly, I think they aren't tied is because Falcons played Dragons and won. So, it's still absolutely anybody's game. The only assurance is that Crusaders, the very least, they cannot be knocked out of playoffs. They're still locked in. But with Vipers' win over Crusaders today, if there is a world where our Vipers go 3-0 and Crusaders go 0-3 next week, Vipers and Crusaders, while I do think Crusaders technically still have the head-to-head, I believe they're 2-1 over Vipers. Vipers would still technically be tied with Crusaders at the top of Group B standings.
Yeah, they would. I think that would be the best world to live in. Is, let's say Crusaders decide next week that they're just not gonna have hands and they're not gonna use their keyboards and they're just gonna use their brains and smash it against it, and they 0-3 next week, where Vipers develop bionic hands and they 3-0. Like, that world would be kind of fun. I don't see that happening though.
I
Don't see that happening. I think Crusaders have their first seed locked in pretty well.
I would agree. I find it hard to believe any team is going to be able to do to them what Vipers did today, or even to take the win over them. But Tiger, before we do have our MVP voting finalized, before we bring that up, Tiger, I do want to ask, again, Falcons, Unicorns, Dragons. Only one of them can make it out. They are still just in extremely close contention with each other. I believe if they all end tied, I think it's still technically like 2-1 or just around the board for them. So I don't think tiebreakers actually knock anybody out. We'll have to, don't call me on that, we'll have to check. But who do we think, again, for next week, it's our last week before we go into playoffs, who is the one that gets left out? Falcons, Unicorns, Dragons.
I mean, the Falcons up 1 game, so they have that advantage. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt that they can hang on to that slight lead.
Mm-hmm.
So now down to Dragons versus Unicorns. I don't really know very much about those teams since I haven't seen either of them play. But I guess that since I'm a fan of Pokemon, I'll go with Fairy type beats Dragon type. So I guess
love it. I love it.
Let's go. Hey, it's iconic. It's iconic. But yeah, it will be close next week. So if you're watching, like, we don't unfortunately we don't get to choose which matches are streamed. We're trying to make sure everybody gets streamed equal. Actually, I think we might get to pick to it, but we'll see. The spreadsheet is not telling me everything yet. But that being said, we do have our MVP selected by, of course, you in chat. The image created by our wonderful Gurf. We can go ahead and pull that up. It's what we all pretty much expected. Defoe in the mid lane, 10-2 and 12, 41,000 damage on the Xerath. We saw multiple times Defoe being able to lock down one member of the enemy team. The one that sticks out to me is the Rakan that managed to still escape out of the stun and not die, and then Defoe said, no, you can't run away from me, and just deleted Haley, and that just wrapped up the game. A phenomenal performance here. He truly was, he was hitting them from orbit. Like, he lived up to the astronaut name in this game. Well and good. Just there you couldn't escape it.
I have to point one thing out while we're hyping hyping Defoe up. And since my name is Hyper, I have to continue to bring the hype. There was 28 kills on the side of Astronauts.
Mm-hmm.
Are we looking at that? Are we looking at his KDA real fast? This man was a part of every single kill aside from what, six kills.
I believe the math is 78%. I believe the math is 78%.
It's insane. Did you do that math in your head? I saw you doing this number with
Gurf,
your.
I will say, Gurf did inform us over the mic that it was 78.5%. I did do in my head that it's 78%. So
This man in the math. Oh my god.
Nice.
Hey, look, I'm not on, I don't get the big moments casting. I don't get the big moments in the game. So I have to be at least a little bit smart on the desk. But Defoe, again, was truly the one that made it shine tonight in this game number 3. So once again, congratulations to Astronauts on the win here. Boys, these matches were all bangers. We've had some ups and downs in the VADs. We've had some blowouts, but for the past 2 weeks, it feels like the teams, they've really found their groove. They found their stride. Even the teams kind of at the bottom of the barrel, Sharks had a phenomenal game despite losing. It feels like these teams, as we are moving into playoffs, they have come together and they have found the level of play that you would expect these teams to have if they were, not drafted teams. They've been playing together for a while now, and it is showing, Tiger. The synergies have arrived.
Yeah, I definitely have enjoyed seeing what these teams have to offer, and we definitely were surprised by some of the happenings today. It wasn't
Mhm.
all going to chalk, so I appreciate all of the teams giving their best efforts. Even the Sharks came out and gave us a strong performance for the stream, so definitely have to appreciate that. But
Mhm.
looking at the teams that are going on towards playoffs, I think that we should be in for a playoffs of many surprises.
Yeah, absolutely. So keep an eye out for that to you in the chat. But we are wrapping up for the night. I actually think we're getting done earlier than we have been the last few weeks, which is, hey, wonderful. We get a somewhat reasonable bedtime. But before we sign off, Hyper, any final words that you would like to say to the people? Any thanks?
I have a few final words I'd like to say. First off, Victoris team, thank you for letting me jump in tonight. I know you guys needed a play-by-play. Gurf hit me up and said, "Hey, we have a spot open. You want it?" And I said, "Give it to me." And here I am. Um, you did mention that VAD has been the past couple of weeks has had a banger. I think this week it's because of my presence, because every game that I cast is hype. Every single one. I've not casted a game that's not a banger. I don't know if it's just because I'm getting lucky or if it's just because the fates are aligning that way. But super glad to be here. I'm glad that we had a great night tonight. Thank you for all the teams playing their hardest, especially the Sharks. They didn't go down without a fight. They definitely went down swinging, and I love to see that. That is definitely my mentality. If I'm losing, you're not gonna see me hiding in my fountain. I'm gonna be out
Mhm.
there right in front of you. I'm gonna let you make sure that you have to earn this win. With that being said, if you ever do want to catch me casting next split, I might be able to snag a more permanent spot. But up until then, this Friday, Risen Draft League does have their final week before playoffs, and I will be there if you want to come see me cast. If not, always come to VAD, always come to Victoris because they have really great games. They have great teams, um,
Mhm.
and we love League of Legends, so that's why you should watch.
Of course, bangers. Hey, NA can at least get some wins here. But of course, also you can also, if you want to catch Hyper elsewhere, you can follow Hyper on Twitter. The Twitter links are down below. I don't know if Hyper ever uses it, but hey,
I'm
it's
starting
always
to.
pretty helpful. So
I'm starting to
click
use it.
those. And of course, Tiger, thank you as well for coming on tonight. You all both made this cast absolutely phenomenal. Any final words before we end it?
Yeah, I just appreciate all of the teams and all of the people behind the production here. It's been a lot of fun coming on, and I every so often can be found around here, but I always have a fun time whenever I'm brought in. So it's always good to be here, and I look forward to being back for who knows which league of Victorious, but hopefully I'll be on the channel again in the future.
Of course, we would love to have you. And of course, there is Victorious content every day this week. I don't think anything has changed yet. I think the schedule is pretty much the same. Hold on, what? Whoa, hold on, what? It's playoffs for everybody except for us. We're almost there, but everybody else has playoffs. Everybody else is popping off. We get the exciting matches, which means most of them are streamed just a little bit earlier. So make sure you arrive to the channel promptly. But of course, thank you everybody for coming and watching. Hyper and Tiger, thank you so much for the cast. And Gurf, we've been shouting you out all night tonight. I know I've been bullying you a little bit, but it's out of love, and you know that. So thank you so much for your wonderful production. Until next time, everybody, be safe, be smart, make wise decisions, and farewell.